All right, welcome everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is a special called meeting at the Clarke County Board of Elections and Voter Registration, June 18, 2020, and it is 3:33 p.m. So call to order. The first item on the agenda is the reading of the board member oath of office. We can do that in unison, like we did a couple times ago. If you'd like to do that, or we can for one person to read it and we can. How'd you like to do it? Okay. Good. I do swear or affirm that I will, as a member of the Board of Elections, duly attend all ensuing primaries and elections during the continuance thereof, that I will, to the best of my ability, prevent any fraud, deceit, or abuse in carrying on the same, that I will make a true and perfect return of such primaries and elections, and that I will at all times truly, impartially, and faithfully perform my duties in accordance with Georgia laws to the best of my judgment and ability. Great. Next item is to adopt the agenda. Do we have a motion?
Adopt the agenda.
We have a motion by Ms. Till. And a second by Mr. Napper. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so it's like it's unanimous. The agenda is adopted. Next, we have public comments. We have people that are going to be coming in one at a time out here. We also have email public comment as is indicated on the agenda here. So we'll go ahead and get the in-person public comment out of the way. So we can just start sending them one at a time. I'm going to have them say their name and their address.
We don't want to double, read the.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So she's out there right now.
Some of them.
Okay.
We changed bags, so.
Right.
Teresa Smith. Teresa Jones.
It's going to be a 3-minute time frame, right? And 30-second warning.
Good afternoon.
So you have to say, you have 3 minutes. The 30-second, your 30-second warning is going to come from right here. And right there.
Okay.
And
Is there?
she's waiting.
You're gonna show me. Okay.
And then, so if you would just start with saying your name and your address and you work in.
My name is Farrell Neesmith. My address is 210 Deer Hill Drive, Bogart. My husband is Jerry Neesmith. He was Commissioner of District 6. And as you might imagine, this is probably the worst week of my life. And I did not expect to be here. So I'd just like to say that he worked tirelessly for 8 years to serve not only the constituents of District 6, but also to serve all the people of Athens. He cared about Athens so deeply. And many times he was the voice for the voiceless, and I am here today to be his voice. I have read the county attorney's opinion sent to you, Board of Election members, and I think that there's much in that memo that is both contradictory and misleading. Without a clear-cut legal decision or a specific law to this particular situation, it is unconscionable for you to disregard my husband's hard work and his legacy, and by avoiding and nullifying the votes of over 5,000 households, it is unconscionable for you to disenfranchise the voters and take away their voice. American rule, the American doctrine of weighted authority, states a new election must be held and is not to give the office to the qualified person having the next highest number of votes, unquote. You, as an election board serving all of Athens, need to do the right thing and not just the convenient thing. And you need to give the constituents of District 6 a proper runoff. You have the power. You have the authority. And you need to use that authority to show respect to the decision handed down by the voters of District 6. The legacy of this board and your personal legacy of serving on this board and serving Athens hangs on the decision that you choose today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have our condolences.
You do have anything
Thank you
else?
so much. It's been very
Thank you so much.
He's my commissioner also.
good. You know how good it is.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, I'm Dave Ellison. I represent Mr. Ford Road. I delivered a letter to all of y'all earlier this afternoon. I'm happy to distribute copies of that if you want it. As a general matter, I wanted to provide an opportunity to provide a different opinion as to the legality of the decision that y'all are about to make here this afternoon. I understand as a respectfully disagree with the county attorney's position on a very difficult issue. But the fact of the matter is that Georgia has long used this American rule. It states that if someone is ineligible to hold office, receives the majority of votes in that election, they're somehow ineligible, then the rule is not to allow the runner-up to the panel, but to invalidate that election and have a new one. It's long been the policy of this state that no election will result if 5 votes are cast with capacity. That's exactly what's happened in this instance, where you have a candidate who won the election, but was rendered incapacitated by his untimely death. And so his votes remain effective to prevent the election of other candidates and to require a special election. Now, I've cited some authority in my letter going back to the very beginning when Georgia was a state up to the recent times. And so the default rule in Georgia is the American rule. And so the General Assembly has enacted a statute, 212504A, which I believe controls in this instance. It states that if someone is elected but dies for taking office, there shall be a special election to fill that position. The federal court circuit has noted that this codifies the common law rule in Georgia. Well, understanding Jones, the distinction with Jones is that the candidate in Jones finished third. And so even though that candidate who withdrew finished third, it was acceptable at that point in time for those folks to be carried on board because there was no other statute. In this instance, Mr. Neesmith won his election. And so in Jones, the Supreme Court noted that in the absence of any other statutory authority, we're going to hold these ballots to be void. But here there is a statute, this 212504A, where you have a winner who won the election but was declared now is ineligible. Under this statute, there needs to be a special election. We do not believe the statute cited by the county attorney applicable in this instance. We believe this statute is clear, and this board should apply that statute. But even if the board declines to do so, we would submit that be a violation of my clients and everyone's constitutional rights to evaluate these votes. I cited some authority in my letter setting forth how this is a fundamental issue. The right to vote freely for the candidates, one's choice is the essence of democratic society. That a citizen has a qualified right to have their votes counted. And any decision to invalidate those votes today would effectively crown an illegitimate victor under this English rule, which is unconstitutional in Georgia and violate my client's constitutional rights. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gordon Rogan. I live at 340 Heather Cove. And I'm here today because I feel like I'm disenfranchised. I feel like the votes that were cast for Mr. Jerry D. Smith due to an accident of no fault of his own have been cast aside. I realize there are legal ramifications beyond me. That's why we have brought Mr. David Ellison into this. And so I'm asking you to do the right thing and to seek Mr. Or to have a special election, to have someone run a special election against Mr. Hool. I believe if Mr. Hool had won the election, it's done. It would be done. That's fair. So I realize you have a lot of weight, a lot of responsibility in you. I appreciate the job that you do, and just pray the right thing will come out of this. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Weck, and I live at 166 Deer Hollow Road. And I'm here today to express my concern about the fact that my vote is going to be thrown away this Friday. I feel very strongly that when I went to the polls and voted for Jerry, that was my constitutional right, and to have be told that your vote doesn't matter is very disturbing to me. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Joan Roden, with Heather Cove, Athens, Georgia, District 6. I'm here because you are the board that really cares about having people's votes count. And when we had all of our votes thrown out as if we had never voted, if we never cared, and the person whose votes were thrown out was not there to defend himself, and also he was one of the most exceptional commissioners that you will ever find. He was gentle, he was kind, he listened, he tried to understand, didn't always agree, but he always tried to understand. And he was able to present what we shared with him at whatever juncture in the most incredible way. We cannot allow our votes in District 6 to be thrown out. There are people who are at home today, they don't know that they have any recourse. In the United States of America, we know that every vote should count. So we are saying today, we need you to go to bat for us, District 6, that we get our votes back. Thank you, and thank you for what you did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can this way.
Hi there, my name is Susie, and my address is 160 Athens-Clarke Road, Athens, Georgia. I'm gonna make it short and sweet. I voted for somebody who was alive. I voted for Jerry Naismith when he was alive. And now for you all to just trash my vote and throw it away is not a good idea. You're forcing someone to be in that position as a commissioner that we voted against. And I think that's a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, my name is Don Carter. I'm a resident of Clarke County. Before I retired, I lived in a couple of different foreign countries and participated in an election in a foreign country. I can tell you that we are the envy of much of the world. The opportunity to self-determination, to choosing those who represent us, is a privilege that many people wish they had, but they don't. What happened in this recent election is very distressing, because my right as a citizen to choose who represents me is being taken away from me. I never thought that I would see the day that would happen here in Athens, Georgia. I don't think the way this is handled is fair to the majority of the citizens of the 6th district. Every other district gets to choose who represents them. But in our district, we not only don't get to choose the person that represents us, but we're being forced to accept the person that the majority of the voters in the 6th district rejected.
And we have to live with that for the next 4 years. Now, I've read all the references in the memorandum, and I've read the laws, but I also read the federal civil rights law. I have a right as a citizen to vote. I have a right to have that vote respected, and I have a right to not have my vote voided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jeanette, and I live at 222. I'm just here to express my disapproval that I came to vote and I voted for someone, anyone, and I didn't vote for the person. And I think that there should be another election because this is the time to do so. That's what I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon, my name is Ray Wagner, 222 Deer Hill Boulevard. I am the 6th district voter, and I'm here to express my disapproval of the decision to hand this election to someone who was not elected by the majority of people. You know, we talk about fairness in this country a lot. I don't see how this is in any way fair. And we have plenty of time to have another election. This is not an emergency situation. And there's no reason that we can't do this in a fair way and come with another candidate and just do it over. If the person who you're trying to put in there deserves to be in there, he will be elected. Well, the right way to do it, as far as I'm concerned, is to just do it over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right here? Do I take my mouth off now?
Whatever is comfortable.
Well, I'll just leave it on. Okay, so I live in District 6. My address is 102 Melbourne Place in Athens and Central. And I'm here because I learned that a special election is going to be called, and that the other candidate was going to be elected automatically. And I think this is franchising many votes, and none of us here like voter suppression as a whole. In that case, I think that is voter suppression. My understanding, 60% of the total vote in Athens for District 6 was absentee ballot. I know mine was because I didn't want to go to the polls because of COVID and all the rest of the stuff. You know, when you're my age, you don't go out much. So, and you wear 3 masks. So anyway, 60% of the vote was absentee ballot. At that time, when we voted absentee, we had a valid candidate. That's a valid vote. To not count that vote is suppressing that vote. Let me ask a rhetorical question here. If Mr. Nesmith had died 2 hours before the poll closed on election day, what would you have done? It's an analogy. You have a lot of early voting that was still legal voting time. 60% of the vote came in during that time. That's a lot. He won the total vote, 57% to 42%. My understanding, he not only won the absentee ballot vote, he also won election day vote by a small margin, even after he had passed. Okay? That tells you something right there. People knew he was dead, but they didn't know what was going to happen. So some people didn't vote on election day. They said, well, I'll just vote in this special election. Obviously, the man cannot be the commissioner. We're going to have a special election. So they didn't vote on that day, and he still won. Right. So a lot of people didn't vote on election day because they thought a special election would be held, and now it's not. If those people had known a special election was not going to be held on election day, and they had to come up with another candidate, they probably would have gone down and voted and wrote in that name. But instead, I would have voted for whomever my next choice was. But I wasn't given that opportunity because no one told me that. No one told me there wasn't going to be a special election. Also, third point, all the machines allowed a vote for Jerry as a valid vote on the day of election. That's a valid vote. Can't do anything about that. My only recommendation to you is to push through some games, have them get the law changed in Atlanta or wherever they have to. If it's this case law discrepancy between English versus American law and all this, excuse my English, BS, about case law, instead of having it go your way or having it go the other way, then,
Thank you so much.
your time, thank you.
okay,
You can go this way for the story.
push through some get it changed, and if Governor Cliff has to get in, that's fine too. You don't want any voter suppression.
Thank you so much.
Hi, we're.
I'll be back if I have to.
155 Deer Hollow Road.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
155 Deer Hollow Road,
Yeah.
Jim and Judy Scanlon. First of all, these are strange times. If we hadn't had COVID virus, we would have had a different outcome. We wouldn't be here today. And we would have had someone elected who would follow through. Also, I was out of town and voted absentee, and I didn't have a chance to change my ballot, my vote, and I feel that my vote is taken away because of that. No, I have to vote no.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone, and I'm sure you've heard it, that if the election had taken place in March, as it had originally been planned, Jerry would have been our district representative. And I just feel that we need to honor him and his legacy. And he did such a good job for so many years. And so I hope that you all will think about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Michelle Davis. I live at 600 Mitchell Bridge Road, Unit 10, Athens. I'm in the 6th District. The only thing I ask is that we have a special election, just to make it abundantly clear what the people in the 6th District would like. That's all I'm asking, and that's it.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. So that concludes our in-person public comment. We also have public comment that was submitted online, and we'll go ahead and read those aloud now. So the first one says, good afternoon, my name is Courtney Cullen. I'm a resident of Athens, Georgia. I recently heard that the Georgia Secretary of State will not be mailing absentee request forms for the upcoming November election. I'm worried that this decision will put voters at risk, especially during COVID-19. It's my understanding that the county can set aside money for the local board of elections. No request forms. Do you think this is possible? We should make voting as easy as possible for people, encouraging people to vote absentee rather than in person. Can you please work with me to make this a reality? That's Courtney Cullen. The next one is from Vicky Tavernier. Dear Jesse, I forwarded this to the board. The new election system software is not counting some valid votes. It was first reported a week ago by bipartisan vote review panels in 5 counties and confirmed this week during a recount in Athens-Clarke County when the vote review panel found 35 uncounted votes while reviewing just 76 ballots. Do not certify the election until you have reviewed all ballots. You cannot say that the result is a true and accurate count when you're aware that the system is not counting some votes. Count all the votes. You must look at the ballots because the system is flawed, or the system flaw is not seeing some votes. The program that is supposed to flag all overvotes and questionable marks is reporting clearly marked votes as, quote, unvoted. Here's the legal standard, and it's 21-2-438C. What you might hear, actually, I'll just read the standard real quickly. She has the standard 50. Notwithstanding any other provisions of this chapter contrary in accordance with the rules and regulations of the state election board promulgated pursuant to paragraph 7 code section 21-2-31, if the elector has marked his or her ballot in such a manner that he or she has indicated clearly and without question the candidate for whom he or she desires to cast his or her vote, his or her ballot shall be counted, and such candidate shall receive his or her vote, notwithstanding the fact that the elector, in indicating his or her choice, may have marked his or her ballot in a manner other than as prescribed by this chapter. What you might hear, that's the end of the statute. What you might hear, some will say the scanners function to industry standard and talk about percentage of coverage. There is no exception in the statute for how scanners work. Some will say that voters should be trained better and that if they cannot follow the rules, they can't expect their vote to be counted. First, the law explicitly says votes with checks and X marks are valid. Second, see 21-2-438C. This has been a challenging election in so many ways with a new system to implement and complications due to the coronavirus pandemic. Despite that, Athens voters turned out in record numbers for a primary, and our elections ran smoothly. Intentionally leaving some votes uncounted would be a terrible legacy. I ask you, make a plan to count all the votes and do not certify these results until you do. Thank you, Tavernier. Okay, this says, the next one says, dear members of Athens-Clarke County Board of Elections, I believe every vote should be counted as cast. The new election, you know what, this is like the exact same thing, but so the new election system is not counting some valid votes. It was first reported a week ago by bipartisan vote review panels in 5 counties, confirmed this week during a recount in Athens-Clarke County when the vote review panel found 35 uncounted votes while reviewing just 76 ballots. Do not certify the election until you have reviewed all ballots. You cannot say that the result is a true and accurate count when you're aware that the system is not counting some votes. Count all the votes. You must look at all the ballots because the system flaw is not seeing some votes. The program that is supposed to flag all overvotes and questionable marks is reporting clearly marked votes as, quote, unvoted. Here's the legal standard. And then it's the same standard I just read. And what you might hear, so again, I'm not going to read that, repeat again, but what you might hear, some will say the scanners function to industry standard and talk about percentage of coverage. There is no exception in the statute for how scanners work. Some will say that voters should be trained better, and that if they cannot follow the rules, they can't expect their vote to be counted. First, the law explicitly says votes with check and X marks are valid. Second, see 21-2-438C. This has been a challenging election in so many ways, with a new system to implement and complications due to the coronavirus pandemic. Despite that, Athens voters turned out in record numbers for a primary, and our elections ran smoothly. Intentionally leaving some votes uncounted would be a terrible legacy. I ask you, make a plan to count all the votes. Do not certify these results until you do. That's Jacqueline Ellsner. This next one is from Deirdre Kane. It's very similar wording. Dear election board, I'm one of those people who voted by mail. And I was as careful as I could be to follow the instructions so that my vote would be counted. I have a PhD, and some of the instructions were confusing to me, so I can only wonder how it was for others. But based on what I've followed in local news, the new election system software is not counting some valid votes. It was first reported a week ago by bipartisan vote review panels in 5 counties and confirmed this week during a recount in Athens-Clarke County when the vote review panel found 35 uncounted votes while reviewing just 76 ballots. Do not certify the election until you have reviewed all ballots. You cannot say that the result is a true and accurate count when you're aware that the system is not counting some votes. Count all the votes. You must look at all ballots because the system flaw is not seeing some votes. The program that's supposed to flag all over votes and questionable marks is reporting clearly marked votes as, quote, unvoted. Here's the legal standard, and again, it was 21-2-438C. And they also say, what you might hear, some will say the scanners function to industry standard, talk about percentage of coverage. There is no exception in the statute for how scanners work. Some will say that voters should be trained better, and that if they cannot follow the rules, they can't expect their vote to be counted. First, the law explicitly says votes with check and X marks are valid. Second, see section C 21-2-438C. This has been a challenging election in so many ways, with a new system to implement and complications due to the coronavirus pandemic. Despite that, Athens voters turned out in record numbers for primary, and our elections ran smoothly. Intentionally leaving some votes uncounted would be a terrible legacy. I ask you, make a plan to count all votes. Do not certify these results until you do. Thank you for everything you do to keep the voting process fair and accessible to all eligible voters. This is from Jane Sullivan. She says, I just learned of 3 p.m. meeting today regarding Jerry Neesmith. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend, but wanted to voice an opinion. 1, current term. Since Jerry died before his term ends December 31st, 2020, someone should be appointed now to complete his term, roughly 6 months. 2, new term. People voted for Jerry prior to his death via early voting and absentee ballots in good faith. It is wrong to merely throw those votes aside. Commission seats are not won on a runner-up basis, but on a clear majority win. Therefore, I request that the board hold a special election between a new candidate and Jesse Wool. It's James Sullivan. The next comment says, good afternoon. I'm a resident of District 6. Jerry was a great friend to our district and will be sorely missed. I'm strongly opposed to my vote being voided and the election being conceded to his opponent. The opponent does not represent the same values or experience, and I feel we are being disenfranchised by allowing him to take office in January without a special election, which would allow a candidate to run opposition. Please take this into consideration. Please forward my opposition to this plan to all board members, which I did forward them to the board earlier today. This next one is from Carol Myers. Is a current candidate and a voter. Dear Board of Elections, as a voter and a candidate on the June 9 election ballot, I'm very concerned that we're going to certify the election and that not all votes are being counted. Let me clarify that my concern is not for the outcome of a particular election this June in Clarke County, mine included, but for the overall integrity of our voting system. People assume their votes will count, and we need to do all we can to get that done. If we are using a flawed scanner and process for counting the ballots that does not see some votes, then the solution is to fix the scanner and process. The solution is not to disqualify any more people's votes. If at all possible, please do not certify the election until you have reviewed all ballots. You cannot say that the result is a true and accurate count when you're aware that the system is not counting some votes. If you are forced to certify the election by state laws because of local consequences forced upon the board by state law, I ask that you immediately start working on addressing the solutions listed below. I've included below my notes reviewing the present absentee ballot counting problem and some possible solutions. I'm very appreciative of all the work that the local Board of Elections and its staff have done transitioning to a new scanning system, all while having to adjust to a predominance of people voting by absentee ballot due to the COVID crisis. My concern now is for the integrity of the voting process that we have been forced to make a quick adjustment to COVID times. That's signed Carol Myers. There are notes, about 2 paragraphs. Should I read those? No? Okay. We have them in our email.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
so
sir.
all these emails will be attached to the minutes?
Yes.
Because I know that I did receive multiple emails that are very identical.
Okay.
That's good.
Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. Says, Dear Athens-Clarke County Board of Election members, I wrote you days ago to urge you to undertake an audit or recount of absentee ballots in the June 9 election, based on a number of unrecorded votes by Georgia's new voting system. Thank you for doing that on behalf of every voter in Athens-Clarke County. Every vote cast must be counted if Georgians are to have faith in our voting system. Even though this new system had its first trial run in the June 9 election, we have to be absolutely sure now that the system works as advertised. From preliminary data collected during this recount, it is abundantly clear that the new election system software is not counting all valid votes. It has been reported that in addition to the errors caught last week by the vote review panel and corrected, that the vote review panel now found 35 uncounted votes while reviewing just 76 ballots. This is unbelievable. More importantly, it will be unacceptable to every Georgian who learns about it. You all know that they will learn about it. I urge you all to do the right thing right now. Please do not certify the June 9 election until you all are confident that every vote has been counted correctly. You cannot legally certify the results so long as you and others are aware that the system is not counting some votes. No excuse offered up to prevent you from doing your sworn duties good enough. Count all the votes, look at all the ballots. You know the system is flawed. It is not counting votes as required under the Georgia Constitution. You know the legal standard. Intentionally leaving some votes uncounted is simply unacceptable, unconstitutional, and un-American. Please count all the votes and refrain from being coerced into certifying the election until you have done your sworn duty. Thank you for your service. Your work is important. Dr. Regina A. Smith. What's that? This is says, Dear Jesse Evans, and yeah, I forwarded it to the board. I believe every vote should be counted as cast. The new election system software is not counting some valid votes. It was first reported a week ago by bipartisan vote review panels in 5 counties. Confirmed this recount in Athens-Clarke County when the vote review panel found 35 uncounted votes while reviewing just 76 ballots. Do not certify the election until you have reviewed all ballots. You cannot say that the result is a true and accurate count when you're aware that the system is not counting some votes. Count all the votes. You must look at all the ballots because the system flaw is not seeing some votes. The program that is supposed to flag all overvotes and questionable marks is reporting clearly marked votes as quote unvoted. Here's the legal standard, 21-2-438C. And that goes on to say, as in others, what you might hear, some will say the standard function to industry standard, talk about the percentage of coverage. There is no exception in the statute for how scanners work. Some will say that voters should be trained better, and if they cannot, if they cannot follow the rules, they can't expect their vote to be counted. First, the law explicitly says vote with check and X marks are valid. Second, C21-2-438C. This has been a challenging election in so many ways, with a new system to implement and complicated due to the coronavirus pandemic. Despite that, Athens voters turned out in record numbers for a primary, and our elections ran smoothly. Intentionally leaving some votes uncounted will be a terrible legacy. I ask you, make a plan to count all the votes and do not certify these results until you do. Sincerely, Sachi Shastri. This is from Joan Curtis. Dear ACC Board of Elections, I believe every vote should be counted as cast. The new election system and software is not counting some valid votes. It was first reported a week ago by bipartisan vote review panels in 5 counties and confirmed this week during a recount in Athens-Clarke County when the vote review panel found 35 uncounted votes while reviewing just 76 ballots. Do not certify the election until you have reviewed all ballots. You cannot say that the result is a true and accurate count when you are aware that the system is not counting some votes. Count all the votes. You must look at all the ballots because the system flaw is not seeing some votes. The program that is supposed to flag all overvotes and questionable marks is reporting clearly marked votes as quote unvoted. Here's the legal standard. 21-2-438C, and I think this is the last one. I just someone reads the statute one time. Notwithstanding any other provisions of this chapter to the contrary, and in accordance with the rules and regulations of the state election board promulgated pursuant to paragraph 7 of the code section 21-2-31, If the elector has marked his or her ballot in such a manner that he or she has indicated clearly and without question candidate for whom he or she desired to cast his or her vote, his or her ballot shall be counted, and such candidate shall receive his or her vote, notwithstanding the fact that the elector, in indicating his or her choice, may have marked his or her ballot in a manner other than as prescribed by this chapter. This has been a challenging election in so many ways, with a new system to implement and complications due to the coronavirus pandemic. Despite that, Athens voters turned out in record numbers for a primary, and our elections ran smoothly. Intentionally leaving some votes uncounted would be a terrible legacy. I beg you to make a plan to count all votes. Do not certify these results until you do. We're depending on you. Voters need to know their vote will be counted when they take the time, energy, and risk their health to vote. Don't praise. Two more. Right, this is actually from Mocha Jasmine Johnson and Jonathan Wallace. They're candidates, Democratic candidates on the ballot right now for House District 117 and 119. Dear Chairman Evans and members of the Board of Elections, as candidates for House District 117 and 119, we have closely followed the news related to absentee ballots and the certification of election results on a local and state level. It is our understanding that the Athens-Clarke County Board of Elections is planning to certify election results today at 3 p.m. But we are concerned that all votes are yet to be accurately counted. Issues with the voting system ability to count all votes have been confirmed. For example, in Athens-Clarke County, this week's review of 76 absentee ballots found 35 uncounted ballots, meaning that nearly half of the voters' intentions were disenfranchised by the new system. This has major implications for our community, where races are often decided by just a few votes. The result from this week's bipartisan vote review panel concerns us that the voting system is not accurately counting all ballots. While people may not have followed the provided instructions to mark their ballots, the state election code clearly states that all votes cast where the choice is clear must be counted, even when the ballot has been marked in a manner other than as directed. Every vote counts, so we are urging you to not certify this June election until there has been a full review of all ballots and all votes are accurately counted. Undergoing this process now for the June election will let us know how prevalent this issue is, allowing us to better prepare for the November election. During this pandemic, many people vote absentee because they feel unsafe voting in person. Residents who choose to vote absentee should not be at risk of having their ballot uncounted arbitrarily and disparately due to administrative or technological errors related to this new system. Until the scope of these errors are fully investigated, the Athens Board of Elections must take all available measures to ensure all voters' ballots are counted in every election. We understand that this election has been challenging in many ways with the new voting system and the coronavirus pandemic. We appreciate the work the Athens Board of Elections and staff members continue to put into running smooth elections, anticipating and addressing issues as they arise, even when little support is provided by the Georgia Secretary of State. However, it is still the obligation of the Board of Elections to ensure that every voter's voice is heard. And until there has been a full review of all absentee ballots, we cannot guarantee if the voices of voters have been heard or not. Thank you for your time. Mocha Jasmine Johnson and Jonathan Wallace, Democratic candidates for House District 117. And it looks like our last.
Did you read the one that?
I just saw it up there, so we have two more.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the second to last. All right. Chairman, says Chairman Evans and members of the board. In the last 10 days, I've had the pleasure of spending nearly 40 hours working with you in your office. I remain in awe how relentlessly everybody in your office is dedicated to getting this right. Director Sosby, Ms. Williams, Ms. McGlon, Ms. Perkins, the staff members I only knew to call Pam and Nick, the board members, and Attorney Drake and Attorney Hines. They are models of people doing everything they can to get it right. Thank you to Director Sosby for her leadership and management of them. It bears repeating that the Board of Elections has never dealt with circumstances as difficult as these. A brand new voting system, a public health crisis, and a colossal number of absentee ballots have all combined to test the limits of our abilities, our patience, and our understanding of the law. You are all to be commended for doing your best to navigate this. Georgia state law, OCGA section 21-2-438C, is very informative to this whole process. Don't take my word for it. Look at your copy of the Georgia Code. If one is not in front of you, Mr. Chairman, I ask that you call a recess at this point so that you might all obtain a copy of OCGA and Georgia Election Code so that you can reference for yourself any law or regulation I and anybody else at this meeting might cite. So actually, this person provided these copies here for everybody. You're welcome to take one and pass the stack. But you're right here in front of us. That's the very last piece isn't stapled, the very last stack. So that'll be the one that Mr. Napper wants to keep.
That's not the one I was.
I got the one you're asking about too. Yep. Okay. I haven't seen it. I mean, I've got it's the very top one. Okay, so I believe, do we all have copies of this in front of us? All right. So the code section states, notwithstanding any of the provisions of this chapter, to the contrary, and in accordance with the rules and regulations of the State Election Board promulgated pursuant, here, by the way, this is 21-2-438. Pursuant to paragraph 7 of code section 21-2-31, if the elector has marked his or her ballot in such a manner that he or she has indicated clearly and without question the candidate for whom he or she desires to cast his or her vote, his or her ballot shall be counted, and such candidate shall receive his or her vote, notwithstanding the fact that the elector, in indicating his or her choice, may have marked his or her ballot in a manner other than as prescribed by this chapter. Notwithstanding means in spite of. The Georgia state law instructs us that in spite of what else the law might say, in spite of what rules and regulations the state election board might make, if a voter marks their ballot and clearly shows whom they want to vote for, that candidate shall receive their vote. Not may, shall, must. It clarifies even further, your vote and my vote shall count in spite of the fact that you or I may have marked our ballot other than how everything in 21-2 instructs us to. This means that we must completely disregard sentiments such as, well, if they can't be bothered to read the instructions, that's on them. Rather, it is on you 5 as superintendent if you fail to uphold the law and do not count the vote where the voter's intent is clearly indicated. Title 21, Chapter 2, Section 31, which is, I'm guessing it's right there in the packet, empowers the Secretary of State to issue rules. Among those rules that we print is that we print on our absentee ballots the instructions to fully darken our choice. However, state law supersedes these rules. And state law explicitly tells us that when the intent of a voter has clearly been indicated on their ballot, no matter the way in which they indicate it, their vote must be counted. It is unfortunate that some votes did not follow the instructions printed. Some voters did not follow instructions printed on their absentee ballot. However, they are instructed by state law, OCGA section 21-2-438B, that any ballot marked by any other mark than a cross and an X or check mark in the spaces provided for that purpose shall be void and not counted. State law now twice supersedes any Secretary of State rules about darkening over. Georgia state law, OCGA 21-2-70, section 9, clearly empowers you 5, our superintendent, to ensure true and correct election results. It states that you shall receive from poll officers the returns of all primaries and elections, and to canvass and compute the same. Nowhere in state law or the Georgia Election Code is the term canvass defined. My assertion is disputed. I urge you to insist that the disputer provide you with written proof of its true definition. This means the dictionary definition must suffice to examine officially for authenticity. That's the definition that they quoted. Yesterday's recount did not include ballot marking devices. It only included absentee ballots. There is no provision in state law or rules and regulation for a recount conducted in this manner. On the contrary, state law 21-2-4925A stipulates that you 5 as a superintendent may order a recount of all the ballots for a particular precinct or precincts, not just the BMDs for just absentee ballots, but all the ballots. This was not done. This recount was conducted improperly, and the results should not be certified. Georgia Election Code Rule 183-1-15.03-.03C clearly stipulates that 75 ballots from an electronic ballot marker must be included in the test deck when testing the ballot scanners. This was not done. This recount was conducted improperly, and the results should not be certified. I urge you to consider 2 conclusions based on these irregularities. First, you should not certify the results of what we said yesterday was a recount. To the extent possible, pretend it never happened, pretend it never happened. Second, you should accept that as humans like the rest of us, our election director and attorney are with the best of intentions capable of giving incomplete or incorrect advice. The best way to minimize this risk of error is to all refer together to any laws or regulations in question, to build consensus around what is and is not written, and proceed from there. Next, I ask you to decline to certify the original election results until you are satisfied that all votes have been counted as legally required. As I cited earlier, state law makes 3 things abundantly clear. First, that our vote must be counted when we clearly indicate our intent on the ballot. Second, that you 5 must certify the results of the election, are true and correct. Third, that you must investigate votes as part of your duty as superintendent. Twice now, once by the vote review panel and staff last week, and again yesterday by you, the director, Dominion representatives, an investigator from the Secretary of State, and members of the press and the public, we have found incontrovertible evidence that our absentee ballot scanning software has a blind spot. Votes were not counted by the system. It took human eyes to detect those votes. Software failed to uphold the law. You saw this yourselves yesterday. In 76 ballots sent to adjudication yesterday, we found 35 contests spread over 12 ballots that had not been counted. Our bipartisan vote review panel unanimously, without hesitation, agreed the voter's intent could clearly be discerned 35 times, where the software failed to do so. The ballots we saw were not the blind spot. The ballots we saw were not the blind spot. We were only permitted, by the procedure you authorized, to look at ballots software had sent for review for other reasons. By the admission of a skilled technician from Dominion, check marks on a contest that did not darken enough of the oval, but that every human in the room clearly understood to be a vote, would not have been sent to the vote review panel, and thus would not have been counted. This is in violation of state law. This is the blind spot. The software has been programmed to ignore a mark when it doesn't at least fill in a certain amount of the bubble. To certify an election where legitimate votes are ignored is in violation of state law. The software has a blind spot. There are almost definitely entire ballots in that blind spot. We cannot know exactly how many until we look over our shoulder at the blind spot, as you do when you're driving a car. You do not let the vote review panel look there. You do not let the vote review panel look there. You have not looked there. How can you certify that the results of this election are true and perfect, as your oath require, when yesterday everyone sitting in this room saw proof that software isn't counting all the votes? You, our Board of Elections, are the superintendent. And you five rest the authority of election superintendent. It is your legal duty to certify that election results are true and correct. It is your legal duty to investigate the votes in order to swear that the results are true and correct. In closing, I ask that you do not certify the results in what we call the recount yesterday. I ask that you do your state mandated duty and exercise your authority as superintendent to investigate the unreviewed ballots or votes that were not counted. This will be a hardship for you and for our Board of Elections. I understand there are staffing and budgetary logistics that must be attended to. Perhaps you could pull 20 absentee ballots from each of our 24 precincts, run them through the scanners, then tally them by hand, similar to what the vote review panel did yesterday with the test deck. That would give you a representative sample of 400 ballots. There are no missed votes, or if the number missed is truly minuscule, then you have simply proceed to certify at 5 p.m. and we move on. If, however, a significant number of votes are found to have been missed, this would inform the board's next decision. It cannot be emphasized enough that you and everyone who works at and for our election office are doing all they can to get it right. We're all learning this new voting system and navigating this pandemic together. Please take the time you've been given to carry out your duties in investigating the results so that we can all rest assured that every vote counts because every vote has been counted. Thank you for your time. Adam Shirley. I think we have one last one. And did you say you wanted to read that one?
Oh, you can go.
Okay. Ms. Sosby, hello, my name is Zachary Perry. I'm the Democratic candidate for Georgia State Senate District 46. I have CC'd Rocky Rappel as the Democratic Party's representative on the Board of Elections. I am reaching out to you to encourage the Board of Elections to delay certification until there is no doubt that all legitimate votes have been counted. If that will push you beyond the deadline, I would encourage you to take whatever measures are available to you to extend the process. I'm very concerned about the security and legitimacy of elections in Georgia, but I'm confident that the Clarke County Board of Elections is capable of being a model for the rest of the state for how best to overcome the challenges presented by our current circumstances. Yesterday, I was sent an email in the afternoon informing me of my right to attend the recount. I received this email long after the recount had concluded. I understand this was likely an oversight and that the recount of 70-odd votes will not affect my election, but that oversight concerns me nonetheless. There is a lot happening relatively quickly, and as the only trial run for November's election, I feel that it is very important to make sure all the knots in the process are worked out now. Thank you very much for your service to this county, and I look forward to hearing back from you. Best regards, Zachary Perry. And I believe that concludes the emails sent to us relevant to today's meeting. We've been sitting here for about an hour. Do we want to take a brief recess and come back in for the next part of our meeting? Ms. Till, Mr. Rappel.
Yeah.
I'm asking the board members, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna put it in all one thing. Yeah.
Well, we can carry on.
It won't be all, I stand up and pay no attention again. We won't.
So we're gonna carry on. Okay, I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the next item on our agenda is to certify our June 9, 2020 general primary PPT election. And I will now turn this over to Director Sosby to sort of introduce us to that process.
have the election summary for the June 9th election, showing that 26,042 votes were cast in the election. And we have the results of the election here.
You have a pad to write on? For now. There's 26,000.
42 votes.
42.
And their election summary report here.
This is just one copy. And pass it down.
I think we should all have our own copies so we can actually look at it and understand it. Unless you want to walk us through it.
I haven't seen it. So
You haven't seen this report yet?
this is just done. Page one back.
Do you want to?
It'll take forever to get to every time. It'll take a while.
Okay.
It's high-speed copy.
Should we put us in a recess while it's being done?
Can we go with the wrong information?
Okay, is it okay with the board if we go to item E on the agenda and come back to item D? Is that permissible under our, okay, we'll go and do that.
We're supposed to modify.
Would you like, should we modify it? Go for it.
Move to modify the agenda to discuss the runoff election prior to the certifying June 9th election.
We have a motion, so second. Second motion, Knapper. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, I was in favor, right? All right, so that's unanimous. We go and discuss the runoff election. We'll just switch items D and E. Whenever you're ready, put yourself.
Thank you. So we have scheduled for August 11th, 2020, a continuance of the general primary election where there will be a runoff for the U.S. Congressional District 9
With the vacation.
for both the Democratic and Republican candidates who will be on the ballot in November. But there has to be a runoff. And it was because no candidate received 50% plus one of the votes. There were multiple candidates on the ballot. There's more than two candidates on the ballot. And if one of the candidates did not receive 50% plus one, then there's a runoff of two candidates that receive the highest votes. That's the way the law is written here in Georgia. And so U.S. Congressional District 9 will have a runoff. We only have 3 precincts in Athens-Clarke County that are represented by this district. Winterville Train Depot, J.J. Harris Elementary School, and ACC Fleet Management Building. What I provided to you today are those voters, the number of voters. We will have use of 41 booths of BNDs. That's based on higher percentage than 300 per, with 250 per, one per every 250 voters. It's more than what it is. It might have been 11 point something. I made it 12. It was 16.2, it was 17, as I was instructed through by the board. And you're welcome to check my figures if you like. I don't cause myself to be so perfect, but I try to be. So I won't have a problem if you correct anything that I give you. What I would like to propose to the board today is the plans for events that take place prior to election day. Those are the advanced voting days, times, and hours, locations as well.
So I would like to propose, or recommend that we conduct, advanced voting as we would have to through state election code at our office from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, starting July 20th. And if the board wishes to do an extended hour day, I would suggest, recommend Wednesday, August 5th. This is a matter of 9,000 voters, active voters, and 10,000 inactive, added together. I mean, collectively, it would be 10,000 total.
Including the inactive.
Yes. So on your,
When you say inactive, you're referring to registered voters that are inactive.
total, yes, but it's total. So 9,900 active, and a total of active and inactive is 10,380, the bottom figure.
And would those folks have had to have voted on June 9th to be eligible for this?
So I'm gonna be putting out information that says that if you did vote on June 9th, you can vote in any primary runoff. So you can come in and choose your party. If you voted a Democratic ballot, you have to vote a Democratic ballot for the runoff. If you vote a Republican ballot, you vote a Republican ballot for runoff. If you voted a nonpartisan ballot, you can vote either Democrat or Republican for the runoff. But if you didn't vote and you registered, you can vote either party. Yes, for the runoff, either party.
And the system would
No, that.
indicate it would not.
Yes. Let's see. If we need to do an extended day, my recommendation would be that Wednesday on the 5th of August till 7 p.m. By law, because it's a federal candidate on the ballot, we have to conduct Saturday voting. That will be on August 1st from 9 to 4. And the two locations, the other additional location, I would suggest, because of the locations of these polling locations that were included in the 9th district, I would like to recommend Miriam Moore Community Center as the additional site, as the satellite site, and to begin voting there on Wednesday, the 5th, from 10 to 7, and Thursday and Friday from 10 to 5. Absentee ballots will be mailed on June 29th, and that's a matter of 11 days. So there's a lot to be done. Ballots have been approved. We'll be ready to publish a sample ballot as early as tomorrow. I've already got those ready to be published. And just want to let y'all know that we're ready to begin the next election. Elections are always in a cycle. You start, you go around to the finish, and you start again. Stay in that circle. So that's our life. So it's whatever the consent of the board is, but I'd like for you to make a decision so that we can be informed.
Any discussion?
Wondering if we could, just like last time, start at 8:30 and then at 5:30, give those folks that work until 5 a little bit to get it going. Does the 8 a.m. have to do with your office opening time?
Yes.
Is it okay for you to be open and then open 30 minutes later for voting? To extend it 8:30 to 5:30?
We can't do that. We can't do 8:30. We have to do that because our office hours starts at 8.
When you say we, just to clarify, are we saying that the polls must open, the early advanced voting polls must open at 8:30?
During business hours.
Okay.
It has to open at 8.
Thank you.
So it'd be 8 to 5:30, is that what you're asking?
Yes, I'm listening.
No, the-
Daily.
Wednesday, 8.
They have extended hours on Thursday and Friday.
no, so you're looking at the wrong. So on week 1, on week 2, on week 3. On week 3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you want 8 to 5:30 every day when it starts? We didn't do that previously, we just did it the last week.
Over there. I would like it to be all those, but we can discuss it and talk about it.
Now, I realize how many voters we talk about. And we realize that they're gonna be doing the mailing to all of the voters to be absentee ballots. We didn't get but, I mean, 22,000 voters for advance,
Can I ask a question?
so we get maybe 1,000, sure.
Did you just say that they are gonna mail out absentee ballot applications for this round, but not for November?
What is, they is your office.
The Secretary of
Secretary of
State's
State's
office.
Okay. Yeah, I mean. What do we do this week free? Till 5:30? I don't know. Does anyone have a strong opinion?
No, I think that, I always think that the secretary, the director knows the trends with her voters, so I would trust more than what I think about it.
I'm just thinking of the people that work getting downtown.
I think 1 week at 5:30 should, that many days should give a great many of them.
Because a lot of people at UGA get off at 5, so that gives them a few minutes to get downtown and get in line.
Right.
If there is a line.
Right, and I understand what you're saying, but what I want y'all to remember, because I had to get myself in the same mindset. This is not our 73,000 voters, where only 2,000 showed up to vote early. This is 9,000 voters that we may not get but 600 votes. We want to be there, we want to be available, we want everybody to vote. That's a lot of hours, extra hours, I'm saying.
Sure. Okay.
That we have to vote to maybe 600 voters that might show up for it.
Sure.
To vote in person.
Do you mind if I ask a question? Are we saying that we don't anticipate it being beneficial to voters to do that, or are we saying that the cost of doing that is outweighs the?
I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that we would not do that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying not to add additional hours. 5:30 for 21 days for 600 people to show up.
Okay, so let me retract my initial comment. That's okay with everyone. And then,
Because we have Saturday voting. Anybody who wants to vote from 9 to 4, and most people are off.
how about
You can
this?
just-
Can we do Thursday and Friday at Mary and Moore at 7? And then,
Can't do till 7 on Friday. And I'll tell you why it would be difficult to do that, is because the Secretary of State's office start pulling data
oh,
to do the uploads. You know what I'm saying?
It's still for Director Sophie.
can we do 6 on the Mary and Moore site?
I guess we can. I'm just telling you how difficult it was for us to meet the deadline this election.
Okay,
Let's
well,
do you want to just do more days at Merriamore? That only got not even 25 voters on one day? We could do another day at Merriamore and do it till 5:30. We're gonna be there till 7 on Wednesday. And again, we'll be at the office on Saturday.
As it stands, we only have 2 days at Mary Moore.
So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I think this is just.
And I don't believe we've got 25 voters any day at that precinct. So would you say Wednesday till 7, Thursday to 6? Well, you want to have some kind of consistency because voters are confused when we say this time one day, this time another day.
Can I ask you questions relevant to this that will help us too? Can you talk about that ballot drop boxes? Where they're gonna
Yes,
be
so the
located?
ballot drop boxes will remain. We'll have 5 locations. I can imagine if we have 10,000 voters, runoffs do not have high turnouts. 15% is usually, is really like a big, you know, like, I'm really like holding 15%. Unfortunately, that's the way it is.
I hear what you're saying,
That's
and I'm
District
okay
two.
with keeping it as is.
District 9.
House District 9. Yes.
House District 9, but basically, it's concentrated, when I'm looking at Winterville, which is in District 2, J.J. Harris, which is in District, these are predominantly black neighborhoods. So, yes, I mean, Rocky, we're not going to the polls at 7 o'clock on Friday.
Yeah, I hear what everyone's saying. Why don't we
Just
keep
have
it
to
as
break it
is?
down, keep like that.
I think he's saying,
We ain't going to the poll at 6 o'clock on Friday night. You might get us in here at 6. It might not be a bad idea Wednesday at 6. Black folk go to Bible study on Wednesday night, y'all.
Yep.
And if I ain't in Bible study, I'm up on this phone or that iPad looking at it online. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay,
if y'all wanna go 10 to 6, Thursday 10 to 6, and Friday 10 to 5. I mean, yeah, that's a stretch. But that, you know, but Friday night,
I trust your advice, I trust your knowledge, I'm just trying to think of access of folks that get off work at 5 o'clock.
Yes. Mr. Knapp, did you have any?
It's the simplest form that I'm trying to accommodate, so.
what are you saying? Are you saying, let's stay as it is now?
I think with hearing the low numbers and the fact that absentee ballot applications will be sent, yeah, so
So 1 week of it or no weeks of it, I mean, the 5:30 time.
let's just leave it as is. Unless others feel.
And we have Saturday voting as well.
And you know what? Can I just, listen.
Okay.
So let's say, let's look at the first week. The first week looks like, hey, y'all, folks are really not going absentee, they're really going advance. And I send you email and I say, we need a special call meeting to just change that time. How do y'all feel about that?
What's the red, this, oh, there is no, we can do that, right?
Because it's a already selected advanced voting society, you can make changes. Now, we were going to a new place, it would in a new location, yeah, we couldn't do that. And we can't take away from what we started. We can add to, we can't take
I'm
away.
okay with that.
It's a great idea.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and, like, we're the board, do we need to vote on this, or we can just say it? All right, so we have a motion to accept recommendation for Director Sosby for advanced voting locations and times and dates for the upcoming August 11th runoff for House District 9.
That was the one with the comment there.
Okay.
I move that we keep it as is.
And accept it. Okay, motion made by,
As submitted by the.
motion made by Mr. Rappel to approve the proposal that's submitted by Director Sosby and seconded by Mr. Napper. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. All right. Director Sosby, is there anything else to consider, we need to consider at this moment for that runoff?
Well, we'll be putting information out soon on LNA and all of that. We'll be putting it out soon and I'll forward it to y'all.
All right, so if there's nothing else to discuss at this time regarding the runoff on August 11th, we'll move to certified June 9th, the 2020 general primary CDP election, that topic on our agenda. Yes, sir.
I would like to have a chance to go ahead and speak because at 5:30 I'm not.
Okay.
And Sherry is going to stay.
Okay.
Because we have the board of election commissioners meeting. Also, so I was going to respond generally to some of the legal reasoning I heard, various individuals. And begin by saying that, there are a couple of things. One is that, 21-2 has three formal, elections codes right here. Says in subsection A3 that the state should furnish a uniform system of electronic ballot boxes and ballot scanners to release each family as soon as possible. And so one of the things we face as we're trying to face the superintendent elections, the board elections, to try to oversee the elections, one of the difficulties across the state is that the state of Georgia has decided that everybody should do it the same way. And I say difficulty because oftentimes there are different opinions on how it should be done and we'll do it the same way again. I think we all realize. That is one overarching thing when you look at this, we have to be concerned with remembering the case where the state election board recently has talked about the uniform system. And that's why Secretary of State, who has the authority to administer elections, I'm not saying that we like or dislike who the Secretary of State is, that office has the authority to administer elections. And the General Assembly has enacted this code, saying uniform system. So then there's been a lot of talk about the statute 21-2-438C. That's in the code. And what it says is that the first thing I would say is it's in the code ordinances that comes in section B on paper ballots. There's also a section in the code that gives optical scanning. That's what we use now is optical scanning. That don't mean we should ignore the paper ballot section. And that section does say in subsection C. But in fact, let me say that when we look at the section that deals with optical scanners, it says in the Georgia Code, OCJ 21-2483G1, it refers back to 438C and states the central tabulator shall be programmed to reject any ballot, including absentee ballots in which an overvote is detected. And any ballot so rejected shall be manually reviewed by the voter examiner described in this code section to determine the voter's intent as described in subsection C of code section 21-2-438. So what it's saying is we've had this conversation before their vote, you kind of what the statute says under the section dealing with the electronic ballot readers is that once it's rejected, the vote you cannot look at. We all saw how that worked yesterday. That was a good exercise yesterday. Now, I don't want to belabor what legalities are, but this is already in court. Someone's challenge is filed against y'all, but somebody who's for saying that you can only review them if it's rejected out, they would say that one of the most basic principles of statutory construction is that the legislature says what it means and it means what it says. And two, that the more specific rule governs where there are conflicts with a more general. So if you got two things on the same thing, if one's more specific, it's one doesn't. Okay? I'm just telling you what somebody would argue. If you learn, attorneys can argue either side. It's just the nature of the profession.
What was that? I'm sorry, the 21-2-430 for the G1 you said?
21-2-483G1 is the statute I think it's controlled.
483 G1?
Yeah, G1. Because it's in the section on optical scanning. And it refers you back to that section everybody's been talking about. The paper ballot, which says you have to look at the ballot to determine voter intent and controls. But this section says using an optical scanner, you can't look at it unless the voter review panel can't look at it unless it's rejected. Okay? So we all know and recognize the problem. I know what the problem is. The problem is the way it's currently calibrated, it doesn't reject. If somebody didn't check somewhere in that hole, they won't get. Okay? I recognize that is the problem. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's a problem. The question is whether or not you have the authority, the voter review panel again has the authority to review it if it doesn't reject it. Okay?
And laying on top of that is the fact that it says at the very beginning of the voting section on the federal code, on elections, it talks about a uniform system of voting. Now, the problem with the right that may arise if different jurisdictions start doing it differently, is someone might allege as a violation of the state elections board might file a challenge against us saying we didn't follow the requirements for conducting the elections in a uniform manner. Okay? They also might say, let's say we decide, you know what, let's talk about it on the camp. Oconee County yesterday made the decision to set their thing up. You correct me if I'm wrong, Charlotte. Set theirs up. They noticed the same problem. Everybody in the state's having the same problem. It's not just y'all. Y'all understand that every county in the state experiences this problem. They made the decision to change the parameters of how the what caused the ballot to kick out.
The software.
The software. So change the software. That's right. And it's a computer program. You can do that. They indicated in the paper, the articles in the paper, I just read earlier today that they talked to Secretary of State and they said they
You mind if I say something about that whenever you?
yeah, when I get done, yeah, absolutely. So Sherry had called the Secretary of State's office, day before yesterday. And talked to the same person they did, Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin Rayford, and he had told us, I didn't speak to Sherry yet, but Sherry's understanding was, and some people have understanding was, that we're not allowed to change the parameters of that software. Okay? The election superintendent or supervisor for Oconee County indicated that she had talked to them, the article indicated, say that she had talked to the Secretary of State's office, and they said they could. So obviously, the first thing I saw is that Sherry, what in the world, there's two different stories here. He called back up and talked to Mr. Rayburn. And he told her, is that Mr. Rayburn? That, well, I didn't tell her that. You know, I didn't tell her that. I just told her that there's not any rule on it. You know, but we're not going to give any rule. So take that for what it's worth. I'm not trying to defend who said what or whatever. Okay. But so obviously, so yesterday, Oconee County ran theirs. It took 7 hours, I understand, to run all of theirs to do that process. And they set it up to pick out any ballot that was not voted. Right?
That's right. Any ballot that didn't have a race unvoted. So it kicked out every ballot.
Every ballot that had a race that didn't have a vote.
That's what I'm not sure about. Are you sure that any race, there was one race that kicked it out?
I spoke to,
actually, I'm just not sure. That's good. So that's good. Yeah, go ahead and give some information about it.
All right. So let me know if you fill in if I'm off record. So the software for adjudication, we can decide there's like 5 options, I believe, of what we can have kicked to the vote review panel for adjudication. It's overvote, it's ambiguous mark, which is that 12% to 35% range. It's undervote, and it's was it a no vote contest or blank contest or whatever the board, and then I think it was a write-in candidate option too. So, and last week they didn't in Oconee County use that undervote option that would kick back to them all the contests where there wasn't a vote recorded. They decided to do that yesterday because they shared our concerns about what the standard, but they wanted to stay in the parameters of the law. We talking about what the statute you quoted, but also they wanted to do their very best to be able to discover and rectify any of the marks on the ballot that the system did not recognize as a vote. And that would have been included in all the contests that came back as a no vote contest, right? So this time they had their vote review panel had significantly more ballots to review, and it did allow them to find more votes than they were able to find previously. But that's coming from gentleman that I just spoke to today that I've never met before.
One thing that's a big summary. I want to say this. I want y'all, all y'all board members, I care about the vote too. I do. But also, but I'm also trying to, and I don't necessarily agree with the way this election code is written, I'm certain to get a lot clearer in areas, okay? But I try to interpret the best I can, and give my opinion to the board members, and just tell you what I think of this one. Just like I did when that issue with the paper ballot comes up. I understand the concern that whenever I advise, and I think that there's a strong likelihood to do this, you're gonna get a challenge. I'm not trying to say I was right or wrong. I'm saying that sometimes you're right, sometimes you're not. I just try and give you opinion. I try to be consistent. You know, I try to look at the code for authority and the state regs for that authority. It's not always easy, especially when you're dealing with this convoluted things that have been amended a million times. It's a new system, and laws have to be carried out. So all that being said, I'm not entirely confident that when you say we have a choice, I know the software has that choice, but the only choice I can find in the code is it says for an overvote. It's got to be rejected for an overvote. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. There's no, and they've also, Kevin Rayburn told Sherry that we're going to rewrite this thing. We realize it is not detailed. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They're going to rewrite it. See, the only part I can find right now is it says the vote is only picked out for overvote goes to voter recount. That's all I can find. You know what I'm saying? But I agree there's other options. And we told that the other day, and you were right, I knew that. About you said you talked to the guy from the man told you they could do that. Hey, they can change any way they want to, you know. But you told me there's 5, and I believe you. I didn't know what the extent of the options were, but anyway. And he's saying 5 different ways to make people about it. All that being said is you have a deadline tomorrow for 4 o'clock certified. 4? 5 o'clock certified this election. I cannot find explicit authority that we have the right to change how the machine picks out votes. Okay, can't find it. Just being honest with you. I do know we're going to have a uniform system of voting in Georgia. Know that, and I do know there are votes that appears that weren't counted based on the system. I'm not going to deny that. You know, it's pretty apparent to me. It's not just happening here; it's happening everywhere. And so, what I would say to you is, at this point, I believe that the board of superintendent, board of elections has had a valid election. If you certify these results, you're going to be no different from every other county in the state except for Coney. And I think you'd be in good legal state. I'm just letting you know now, because I think the fight is not with us. It is with the Secretary of State's office. Somebody should file a lawsuit. That's probably going to happen. I fully anticipate. Okay. That being said, you board got to ultimately make your decision on what you think is appropriate. I cannot guarantee the Secretary of State's office will not file challenge against us for not certifying on time. Y'all told me last time they did. And a lot, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little disappointed in the Secretary of State's office for not giving some guidance. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. I'm disappointed. I know that Sherry Hines had no reason to not tell us after Michelle Dog was fighting. If they told her we couldn't change it, then they back off, and that's concerning me. Nothing I can do.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. Yeah.
I think the email you sent us was directly referring to 12%, and not these other things that like the undervoting. It was just specifically, I think you referenced the 12%, meaning we couldn't change the parameters of what it would affect for ambiguous marking, and that's one of the categories is ambiguous marking. 12%, 35% said that's the range. And we were curious about, could we lower that threshold to catch more so we can make sure we catch the votes? And that's what I thought you were saying regarding changing the system. And so I don't know that. I'm just curious as to if we are using the uniform system, and the Dominion Tech told me the guy told me yesterday, he said, do we want to change the settings on the software that would show our vote review panel, the races that didn't record any votes. We were under the impression that we couldn't, right?
That's correct.
But,
And let me say, when I heard that we couldn't, it only confirmed, and I was thinking the reason is because Georgia, this uniform system, and if we do it differently, it's not going to be uniform. And if I were an attorney, I would file an action saying it's a violation of protection. For one jurisdiction, you can't vote one way, and one vote another way. But somebody I might also is going to file an action saying it's a violation of my constitutional right to vote, that not every vote counts. You follow what I'm saying? So that's the situation the state may have itself. You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And I was thinking about that equal protection piece.
Yeah.
Within the code, the regulations, the board makes decisions all the time. We're using that uniform system, but there are ways, like we are here as a body to make decisions on within the law, on how to use that system within the law.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
There are certain choices that the board makes.
I understand, agree with you. So the question is, do you have the authority to make that decision? Okay, that's the question. And I'm telling you here, I wish I could tell you otherwise. It's not clear to me that you do. Okay, and that's just Oconee County apparently saw it differently. Now, my understanding is that the superintendent of Oconee County had taken that they were authorized to do that. And the Secretary of State may have said, well, I didn't say that. Not Secretary of State, but Kevin Rager. And I don't want to, again, I'm not trying to spat their off on who or what. When the lights get its own, it's a lot bigger. So here's I'm going to close up with this particular
question. You said we don't, and thank you for allowing us to really process it. So you said we're not have certainty that we do have the authority.
I don't have that stuff. Right. Now, some people I read their legal opinions, and they feel like, I will say, I don't have that stuff. Right.
And so just on the flip side, do we have certainty, are you saying that you have certainty that we don't have that authority?
Do I have certainty that you don't have that authority? I feel I would take the position, there's not anything to say, but I would take the position because of that uniform voting provision that once machines are set up by the state, they should be set the same everywhere, that we don't have the authority to change. That's what I think. Okay. I'm beginning to wonder whether they set up the same everywhere across the state. I don't know.
Me too.
I don't know. I'm hoping they were, but I don't know. I'm learning a lot more. You know what I'm saying? So all that being said, before elections, you have to make a decision. One county's already done this. It's going to be a little different for y'all. We're larger. It's going to take more time. Just take the time. You're not going to be able to certify the time. It's just but that's the decision you got. Y'all recognize that. I don't know if they'll file an action like they did, 2 days after we do what we do, and we get go back where we were and have a hearing next week, and then tell y'all to certify the results based on where you're at right now. That could very likely happen. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not. No, I don't know what the Secretary of State's going to do. I just don't know how to read it. But I think you built the process that the board that are taking the staff and holding this election. I think you would be just like 158 other counties in the state, 157, you may have to be yay or 109 if you certify the results right now. You know what I'm saying? That's just a fact. Because this is not just a few counties, it has to be all of them unless they didn't set that software. You know what I'm saying? And so my recommendation is the attorney trying to get the people to certify this. Okay? I told you all the pros and cons of it. The board can make a decision, and if maybe if you don't, and you start this process over, and it all goes fine, just like Tony, they basically got it done before anybody knew anything. We don't know what they have. Okay? And I want to say last thing, I give all due respect for everybody who came in. Well, most of those are written comments. This election stuff is complicated. That's why if you look through the history of election cases, there's cases all over where people have different opinions, and the court has to decide, you know. And there's several cases going right now, y'all got one against, we have one against us right now. So, that's my recommendation, and, obviously, the Secretary of State, I will at least say, that here David's knowledge, there, we need to clarify the reg. Okay, and they're going to clarify the reg. I'll be here to see how they do this, and, so, that's about all I got to say. I'll answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Yeah, you just answered a portion of the maybe did. But, do you have any idea when they do that administratively? Or would there be a directive from the Secretary of State's office that they can just say clear it up?
Yes, ma'am, they're gonna do it, what I understood, they indicate they're doing it as an administrative reg, so this is like one of the here that we've been referring to, this 183-1-15-.02. The way the administrative regs work, they kind of fill in the holes that the code doesn't address. And so it's when the Secretary of State's office issues this, it's the administrative agency, state agency responsible for carrying out what the legislature, General Assembly adopts in the Georgia code. So when there's gaps about, like, for example, it may just say vote, and they'll write a whole reg on what a vote constitutes. So my understanding is they're going to do it here. Now, it's possible the legislature is in session, they can still get it done, but my understanding is they got their hands full. They can do what they want under that, but I think it'll be a reg. It'll be a reg, and
That's state election board, right?
State election board, that's right, state election board, I should say, yeah, right, say, the state election board is equally responsible, they're like y'all, except for state.
And it's chaired by the Secretary of State.
Chaired by the
We met them.
That's what I understood.
That's, yeah, that's who
That was my understanding.
That's right. But I want to say, y'all got a tough job. And, especially, I will say this, was this, I really respect the citizens of this community. I have never seen citizens that are so, interested and care so much, and so that, that's a good thing, but also, a lot of board elections don't have near the scrutiny that don't have, I'm just telling you as a fact, you know, you can make a deal where I was, they didn't have as much scrutiny as you have. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, it just is what it is, right?
You brought up making bid just now, actually, apparently they had over half of their ballots kicked back. Out of 18,450, they had 9,800 kicked back for review for the vote review panel. That to me would be an indicator that they didn't have the same settings that we had. We had way lower percentage than they had. Like, well, our percentage was 300 we had 300 out of 15, almost 15,000 ballots. So to me, and I heard that, I was told about that in the county when they changed that, it was like close to 80% for them. Over kicked back to the, so I'm thinking that actually making bid might have started with that those other settings in place, and we just didn't realize we could do that.
Awesome.
So the District 6 stuff.
The District 6.
The commission.
Oh, yeah, commission, let me talk about the commission, commission area. So, first of all, let me say that's one of the hardest memos I've ever had to write, because I think, in my mind, it comes out with an unjust result, okay? It seems unjust to me, that person who got the most votes would win, regardless of who the candidates are, okay? When I wrote, in the memo, what I write is I reference, 2 code sections that are in the section on paper ballots. Again, okay, that say that the, votes cast for a candidate who has in elections, votes cast for candidates who have died, withdrawn, been disqualified, shall be void and shall not be counted. Okay? That is in, that provisions in 2 sections, OCJ 21-2-437 and OCJ 21-2-438. Those are 2 statutes in a row. And, it says that, OCJ 21-2-438A says, in elections, votes cast for candidates who have died, withdrawn, and disqualified shall be void and shall not be counted. OCJ 21-2-437D, which is the preceding section, code section, says, in elections, votes cast for candidates who have died, withdrawn, and disqualified shall be void and shall not be counted. Okay? And then I talk about this case, Jones v. Morris. Morris, where they applied this statute, and it wasn't quite as egregious though when they applied it, because the person who got most votes still won, basically I can tell from that result, but they still applied the statute, okay? So then I've read what the statute, Mr. Ellison quoted y'all, and here's what he says. He quotes OCGA 20-1-2-5048, which says, whenever in primary elections shall fail to fill a particular nomination or office, and such failure cannot be cured by a runoff primary election. All right. So he would argue, three different things. That's the first one. It failed to fill it. Well, if the votes are void and y'all declare him the winner, and it didn't fail to fill the election. Okay, that's the way I'm reading. Then he says, whenever any person elected public office shall die or withdraw prior to taking office. Well, you have to be elected. He had to be elected. If he had died a week after he got elected, I think that would apply. You follow
I'm talking about the next term, not this term.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the next term. We're talking about the next term, but I'm saying with that provision, it says whenever any person elected public office shall die or withdraw prior to taking office. That contemplates you were elected and then you died, which isn't what happened, in my opinion, is not what happened. Because if the votes are void, you never was elected, okay? And then it says whenever any person elected public office shall fail to take the office of valid, and that's just like if there's fraud or something, I think is what they're talking about. I don't think it applies here. All that being said, what I'm going to tell you on my memo is, I think there's likely to be a constitutional challenge whenever y'all make a decision to declare this the full winner. Okay? They're going to say that statute we're relying on is unconstitutional. That's what they're going to argue. You know what I'm saying? The last thing he told you was, notwithstanding anything else I said, we heard that a lot. He said, I think that even if what this statute, he said, even if this doesn't apply, the one I just read to you, he says, it's still unconstitutional. Well, the problem, my concern was that you as a board, I don't see your role. The case law says that that the court systems either presume that the statute's enacted by the legislature or the Constitution. And so you're going to be making a constitutional determination basically. You know what I'm saying? And you can do, I guess you can do that as a board. It's a slippery slope though, because then basically you take a position that you can take a position on anything. I think it's unconstitutional. We're not going to honor it. And the problem is, in a lot of those cases, what's going to happen is, and it's just like somebody's going to come down, the Secretary of State's going to file letters to challenge and say, you can't do that, you got to follow. Okay? In the broader scheme of things. So, then as they were sitting there, I said, well, maybe I can look at this. Maybe if we can't, he had not died in the early advance vote took place. Okay? So I actually got Charlotte when I pulled her aside a minute ago and got her to do the votes. And so if I do that, and don't count any of votes that Jerry got only on election day, Mr. Neesmith, it still comes out that Neesmith got 1377 absentee and advance votes, and he got Mr. Hoole got 914 absentee and advance votes. But put in the votes that Mr. Hoole got on election day, he got 490 on election day, and Mr. Neesmith got 487. Then Jerry still win. All that. So let me.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that if you don't count the election day?
I mean, if you don't count the election day votes, not Jerry would still win. Mr. Hoole would win. Right. He would win 1370. He win 1404 to 1377. And I mean, that's not. I've got that written down. So don't. So look at the late confederation. Right. So all that being said, if we see perfectly reasonable, then the board decides that okay, we just think it's unconstitutional. But there is a statute in the book, and that's what I was trying to point to as a statute. And I didn't feel like I wasn't comfortable with y'all playing the role as a statutory judge saying it's unconstitutional, basically. That I wasn't comfortable with. That was the job of the election superintendent. The daggone legislature ought to enact constitutional law. That's all I'm saying, in my opinion, not put us in this position.
And it's your opinion that if we did take that, so if you, I believe you said that if they challenge what you advised us, yes, there's likely a challenge in this regard, but they're not likely to win that challenge.
Yeah, I said that. I'm not as feeling as good about that now. I'll be honest.
Oh,
Not ethical, you know. But I have I'm just being honest with you, I think it's a much closer call now. Because what it is, the court's only going to have to say, give this election to someone who didn't get the most votes. And I think it's highly likely that even with these statutes, they figure out a way to extinguish them away. I think that could happen. You follow what I'm saying? Because sometimes judges do that, courts do, judiciary do that. They figure out a way to get a result that's more powerful. Does that make sense? But I mean, and you also, if you read the memo, you saw where this gets really down. You know, we call it the English rule and the American rule, and how there's like other states that follow we're the minority, you know, if you follow this rule. So this is really deep jurisprudence stuff here, you know, and
You said we're one of 3 states, right?
that's what we determined.
Yeah, for English.
But I will. So that's so you know, I'm not gonna. I stand by the memo I wrote. I think it's following. It's like I'm doing on the other thing. It's following what the code says. You know, it's following the law. And
So I've got a question. All this discussion applies to who would take office in January 2021.
right.
So my question is, what makes the primary, to finish the term, his current term, why would that be way in November? Why not
Well,
like
that
in
reason that
August?
is, yeah, good question. The reason that is because first of all, the reason you have to have a special election to complete the rest of your term this year is because the charter for the unified government of Athens-Clarke County says that if there's more than 180 days left in the term, you have to have a special election to fill it. Within the Georgia code, this book here says that the next special election in even number of years, you only have 2 special elections on it. And the next one is the general election date in November. You know, that's perfectly clear. That's not an argument there. The only argument is this basically is the only argument is going to be, and the only argument I think is going to be that this is just repugnant. We're disenfranchising voters, and
That's the argument.
that's the argument. And the constitutional rights not voted in the county. You know, whether this statute overcome that, and I think it's the ultimate argument. You know, I would have liked to got his opinion a little early. I would give more thought to it. You know what I'm saying? But I just got it. And we had considered the provision. It's not like we talked about that statute, we weren't aware of it. You know what I'm saying? We were aware of it, thought to it, read to it, thought about it. And I know, and tried to do this, all the diligence I could, because I knew how everybody was so upset. Mr. Neesmith won and he wasn't named. But I also knew, I didn't want people to think I'm just trying to give a result based on what I think the law says, you know, regardless if it makes people happy or not. That's what I want y'all to think. I may not always be right, but y'all see this is complicated. Sometimes the judge has to decide who's right. But I'm only going to try to give you what I think is what I think. It's just my opinion, but I don't want you guys to get it. That's unfortunately, I'm in this seat, so I wish I wasn't. I'm going to give you an opinion that I think is right based on my reading of law, not because of who people are and all that thing. You know? So we just got a tough spot, you know, that's all I can say. You know what I mean? And if the court were to overturn, I would argue as vehemently I could to try to stand behind my opinion. I would understand if they ruled the other way. Sometimes things are close calls. You know what I'm saying? Just the way it is.
We got this letter about 4 hours ago, right?
I had that for lunch, right?
At 12:47. Yeah. So, and it's 5:26 right now.
So I'm sorry.
So
Sherry's
my
gonna
question
say,
though,
y'all, she's worked through me through all this stuff, but I've got to go to the other meeting. I apologize. And I wish
I'm here.
my question before you do go is, you said if you had a little bit more time to consider that, then you wish you had more time to consider it.
I do. If I had more time, I'd look at it. I mean, why wouldn't
When you say that kind of time, like 24 hours?
I mean, yeah, whatever time I have.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Well, Sherry's gonna stay with y'all, and I appreciate you. I wanna let y'all know I appreciate everyone. I know we've had yeah. I know this is a put y'all, both these things are tough things to have to deal with, you know, and it is what it is.
We appreciate you.
Likewise.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. We, at a few meetings ago, we had asked a question about how there was that one voter in, the PPP who mistakenly was given a ballot and they cast like that, and they like that had the PPP on it the second time that they were coming in to vote early. And, they cast it and then came back in and they were like, "But was that supposed to happen?" You know, and they corrected it, or they tried to get it corrected. And then we found out that we can't go find that now and undo it, right? So this person is accidentally, not intentionally, and they tried to correct it, cast 2 votes in the PPP, right?
In the
Because,
presidential preference primary.
yeah, so,
They voted somebody twice.
yeah, does that, and that was through no fault of their, like, that was just an accident system, and then staff acted to change things to make sure that didn't happen anymore. And now, how does that impact us signing up on this election?
I don't think it had any effect, because here's one thing you gotta realize. A candidate has a right to challenge the results of an election, you follow what I'm saying? And, that wouldn't even follow, if it was within the margin of error, that might be a reason for it, because we're a new election, you follow what I'm saying? But that's not gonna have that, effect, you follow what I'm saying? So you're not even gonna be in trouble with certified results based on that. Okay? And I would say that too, that's one reason why I don't think it's gonna be in trouble besides the certified results today, not happen, you follow what I'm saying? Because, again, if y'all are in trouble, 157 other counties are in trouble along with you, you follow what I'm saying? If you're done with the law, it's it's possible everybody might get sued. I'm sure there might be a little bit of lawsuit filed. And then when the deal with it, but when Sherry talked to Secretary of State, what they told her was thousands they had to do. They knew when they set those machines up at 12% and all, it was the desire to get the votes counted, you know what I'm saying? Because if they had 800,000, if I'm wrong, but they have a lot of absences out. There are a lot more people than absent out. They'd still be counting ballots, because they just got done yesterday. You know what I'm saying? And so, but maybe the Secretary of State needs to adjust and push out the time. Nobody counted on COVID coming, like the pandemic, those are all things that are unforeseen. So not getting up on Secretary of State, they had no way of knowing they set these rules up, that we're gonna have this first time ever pandemic, you know what I'm saying? So that's what happened.
All right, thank you very much.
So your recommendation is that we
I was certified.
certify the election.
And you're saying we would legally be okay if we do it today, given what the opinion you just said? Okay. Thank you. And thank you for being here. We have the report now in front of every member of the board, now in front of Director Sophie, the election summary report. And I would like to ask Director Sophie to walk us through this so we can analyze this and understand what we're looking at here and what we're about to sign up on.
Yes.
Before we do that, do you mind if I ask a question? We have 16 pages in this one, and there was like 36 the ones printed yesterday.
It was really 6, half of that,
Still count.
because the page numbers were 1, 3, 5, page 2 is blank. So the even number pages were the 1 here, that's why it's showing the report.
Okay, so this doesn't, the numbering has changed because there's no blank pages, including the number now. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so this report has, that's different from the unofficial report. This would be considered the complete and official report of ballots cast here in Athens-Clarke County. The total amount of ballots is 26,042 votes. These votes include election day, absentee, advance in person, provisional, UCOPA. So all 5 categories. And we had
Again, 26,042 votes cast. Do you want me to talk about the results of the winners of the?
Yes, please, and also just to kind of include in the recount, what happened as a result of the recount, as we go through this.
The result of the recount, I don't have here in front of me, but in yesterday's recount, we counted 2,665 ballots.
Would you like this?
Sure. And it included 5 precincts, 1A, 2A, 1A, 2A, 1B, 2B, and 4A. These were basically precincts that had inclusion of school district 2, but not all had just school district 2. Some of them have split precincts. So there's other school districts that consisted of these 5 precincts. Of the 5 precincts that were recounted on yesterday, there's a difference of 1 vote than from the official report on election night. And
Are you saying ballot or report?
one vote.
Per race contest, you mean, or I'm confused.
It was 1 vote difference.
Just one.
For all of them?
Yes.
And you mean votes counted?
No, just 1 vote. Because we still processed 2,665 ballots. It's just when the recount was done, the difference in election night and the recount was 1 vote on some races. And it had a lot to do, as we were told on yesterday, the view of the voting panel. When they viewed the ballot during adjudication, they made a different judgment on the intent of the voter. On 1 vote. Yes, and that's what I noticed. It was just a 1 vote difference on some races. So we see the voter recount has a heavy makes a difference in the process. We see that, okay?
I thought I know, when I was listening yesterday, it was a difference of 2 votes in some races, either plus or minus.
Yeah.
But I may have misheard.
Sometimes it was 2, sometimes it was 1, but it was 2 ballots that made the difference in the results. But again,
I took some notes, like on the
this
differences.
doesn't have the writings on it that we did, where we had noted the vote difference.
With Biden -1, Sanders +2, Ossoff -1, Smith +1.
Yes.
It went down the line.
So 2 votes, but it had a lot to do with how the vote was handled. In other words, judge the vote of the intent of the voter. So they felt one day on Tuesday, election day, than they did on yesterday about some votes that were brought across over the adjudication process. And that is why there was a difference.
And that's assuming that they looked at the exact same ballots for adjudication from those 5 precincts, right?
Well, we didn't change anything about the system that we used. It stayed within the 12 to 35%. And we used the same ballots. So I don't know if the system would pick out a different ballot than it did from what was adjudicated already. I don't know enough about the system to tell you that, and I don't even know if anybody else did, because it is a computer, basically. So that's the one with the marks. Okay. So yes, I do see that there was a difference of 2 in one position, almost less than 5. I won't say 1.
There was no more than 2.
Because it was never more than 2. But I'm not sure if there is a way to tell if the same number of ballots was adjudicated. We may have that report, but I don't know that we do, because we don't know which batch the ballot was actually pulled from.
That goes to the questions that we corresponded with earlier today via email. Like, we were going to be discussing that during today's meeting, which was how many unflagged marks in those 300 adjudicated ballots did the vote review panel discover and decide should be counted as votes? How many ballots did they make these changes for during adjudication? And how many of these sorts of votes were discovered by the vote review panel in each precinct? Those are the information that I'm anticipating us discussing at this meeting as we talked about yesterday morning.
Okay, so we have a report, but we don't have like, it's not a statistical report that says, well, it's basically a statistical report, but it doesn't say which ballot it was. It'll say like, this many ballots were in batch number 1. And in batch number 1, this many ballots were not read by the scanner. And the voter review panel made judgments on these. So that's the kind of report it is. To know which of those ballots that we recounted yesterday, we don't know which batch they were pulled from. So we wouldn't know if those ballots were part of the adjudication process on Tuesday or not. We would not know that.
Yeah, so in the email that we were corresponding with earlier today, I explained that the Dominion representative, Mitch, showed me and staff that were in the room at the time, that was yesterday morning, how to use the system to find this information. And to print an activity, first step is print an activity report. It'll say which batches have adjudicated ballots, which is where to find these adjudicated ballots in the system. Next step is to access those adjudicated ballots, like go in and get those out of the batch, like pull them up from the batches. Third thing is use the original audit mark and the appended audit mark to locate the ballots that we're searching for. And that's the ones that the panel, the vote review panel, decided that or judged that there were certain marks that weren't counted as votes and they weren't flagged for adjudication, that they decided that these were clear, that the voters had clear intent and they counted as votes. And then the next one, and then the information we would need would be on the ballots and their respective audit marks, and the addendum that's created when the vote review panel does that.
Okay, so the ballots we pulled yesterday are not in that batch anymore. So we can't do that with the ballots that we adjudicated on Tuesday. This is what we adjudicated yesterday because they are now in a different batch. So we pull the ballots, even the ones we tested. We pull those ballots we tested because we pulled them out already. That they are no longer part of that batch. Then we pulled those ballot batches out of, or pulled ballots out of the batches that were actually pulled because of the recount. Now those are no longer a part of the batch from Tuesday. They're now in their own batch from yesterday. So there's no way of knowing from Tuesday if that ballot came out and then came out again yesterday because it's now considered its own batch on yesterday.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying, that they had to be taken out and put like they ran through another. I spoke to 2 staff members about this, saying that we should create a backup database so that we can use that as a reference.
Database, but not a report.
Right. What I'm saying is that activity report will be able to be like created from that database with the software.
Not anymore.
That's what the Dominion
Not anymore.
representative told us.
There's 3 different modules of software. And I'm going from my limited experience with this, but there's 3 different modules. There's EED, where you create the election progress. There's RTR, which is the results and tally software, and then there's the adjudication software. They don't all operate, they operate together, but they're not all enmeshed together, okay? So in the adjudication software, let's go back. We made a backup of the EED and the RTR, of our unofficial results, and everything has been done in EED so far. But the adjudication software operates separately, okay? So he created this report, which I believe is an activity report for you yesterday because that's what he thought you were asking for. Then we cleared out adjudication, the batches out of adjudication, and set up the recount, okay? The only way you can create the type of statistical report that you're asking for is if we had not closed it out and opened a new adjudication project with the recount. I can create one for the recount because it's still there, which I did, which is a statistical, that statistical report, or anyway, one of the two reports.
Activity report.
That shows you a little bit more of a breakdown of what was done on each batch. So like, let's say in one of the batches, batch 17, or batch 7 from tabulator 560 says that ballot number so-and-so, that they adjudicated a race so-and-so and a mark was removed. And it will tell you that. But that's as deep as it goes. So, okay, let's back up and say, so I can't create you this report. We can't create you this report from the original June 9th election because it was cleared out of adjudication yesterday.
In order to do yesterday's work.
Right, in order to do yesterday's work.
So it's impossible to have
It's
two.
impossible to have two projects like that open in adjudication at the same time.
Okay.
So if I had known that, or if we had understand that this was the type of report that you needed, I mean, when we created this one, thinking that it just had all of the information you needed on it, then we cleared out and started the recount. When it was this one that you might have needed that's a little bit more detailed.
And the Dominion folks are not able to.
No, we tried
reverse
today.
that.
We tried for a long time today to do that. So the only thing I can produce for you from the original election, not the recount, is this report that we printed out yesterday. That's not to say that some of what you want can't be done, but it requires taking this report, which is much less detailed, and saying that in one of these batches, in tabulator 560 batch 10, one ballot of 49 was adjudicated. It won't tell me which 49 it was.
Right.
So that means I have to open the log now in EED, where it will show me all of these different ballots that were scanned. And I have to go through each of these 49 ballots individually, look at each one of them, look at the audit marks, and try to determine which one it was that was sent over.
If none of those were pooled, and it made it to another batch here.
Well, we didn't break down any batches. They're the same batches from the precincts. No, the only batch that would have been different would have been the duplicated ballots. So I can go to this batch and I know that one of those 49, but then I can't tell you, it doesn't tell me in that audit mark, well, this race was in this red box. It doesn't tell me that. Or it doesn't say this race was not in a red box, but had a little flag of information to look at. There's no way for me to tell you that. And it's no way for me to tell you what the vote review panel thought when they looked at that. And then the only way to know what precinct they're in is, again, to go and look at each of these individual ballots and write down what precinct that ballot was from.
Mhm.
So, I mean, it's possible, but.
Yeah, that's what,
who's gonna help me?
so the person from Dominion explained yesterday morning much of what you just said. And they also said that yesterday morning that part of the process would actually be going and doing what you said, which is going, like, using that activity report. It says, they go to this batch, there's one here that you should go find. And you would go to that and you would look at the audit marks, and then you would also look, when a vote review panel does something during adjudication to the ballot, there's an addendum added under the audit mark, and that's how you would locate the one.
Yeah, that's what I said. So that's what I did. I took an hour, it took about an hour to do this, to produce two for you, to tell you what was done on two different ballots, okay?
Mhm.
But some of the stuff, like you're asking for the vote review panel's intent, and was it in a red box, and was it not in a red box? I can't tell you. This does not help me with that.
The way that would be determined is if comparing the original audit mark to the
You can't. Okay, this is what I'm showing
to
you.
the addendum, and then so there would be a race on the original audit mark that shows that, there would be a contest in the original audit mark saying that there was no vote cast for that.
Yeah.
And then on the addendum, it would show that a vote was cast for that.
Yeah,
That's how we would
what
know.
I'm telling you I found, but that's not what your question asked. Your question asked, how many unflagged marks in those adjudicated ballots did the vote review panel discover and decide to count as votes? I cannot tell you that, because I can't tell you if this blank race was in a red box or not.
Mhm.
I can't tell you how many they discovered that were not within red boxes to be adjudicated.
You'd have to tell us real fast,
Right, you would have had to have done that when you were actually adjudicating the ballot. Those marks don't exist anymore because they said that they determined what they were going to do, they went on to the next one. I mean, I made these for you so that you can see. The only thing we didn't print out was the ballot because we didn't think that that was appropriate. But we can go look at the ballot on EMS together, and I can show you what the audit mark and the adjudication mark say.
Mhm.
And this is as deep as we can go.
So you're saying that there is no way to use the software to determine, like, let's say we look at these results right in front of us now after the recount. Results are rolled in, right? That's what they're at now. So there's no way to use the Dominion software to determine how many marks that were discovered by the vote review panel during their adjudication and acted on because of clear intent for the voter. There's no way to do that.
Not that I know of, not from everything I've discovered and not from my answers from also speaking with Mitch today and working with him trying to produce something for you.
Okay. He was under the impression that we could do it.
I don't think he was underneath, well, whatever, I don't know his intention.
Okay.
Well, it is, but, we'll just.
And the reason why George Sullivan and I discussed this yesterday morning was this board, in order for it to sign off on the election, we should really have a thorough understanding of what actually took place for the election. And that's what we agreed we would do before prior to certification. And that's why I'm bringing it up now.
Yeah, but we only just found out today that we cannot get that information because we had a recount. So the recount wiped all that out.
So I hear you said for the 5, right? Those 5 precincts, the recount, those 5 precincts, those ballots are no longer in their
Not for the
batches.
5 precincts, you're now doing the whole adjudication. So you're telling the system, we get ready to adjudicate an election. So what the last election you did, it erased that whole election and started adjudicating the next election, which was the recount. So all of what we did, the 24 precincts we did on election day, they're gone. Because we went in and did these 5.
In the addenda, and the adjudication software. So, and you're saying that there's no way to look at the audit mark and the addendum to it and determine which races were given votes and like by the vote review panel after they determined that there was a mark with clear intent.
I can tell you what they did. I can't tell you why they did it. I can't tell you if it was within a red box and the system was telling them to adjudicate it, or it was something else that they saw.
It just gives this kind of report to you like what she's talking about. It basically just says what took place on the ballot.
Like, just as an example on this one. So at the top, it shows that there was a blank contest, okay? And then at the bottom, when they adjudicated, it shows that they gave a vote for that contest. But that doesn't tell me if the software flagged that blank contest or it was something additional that they saw, that they believed it should be.
Because they said they were reviewing
The whole ballot.
every box, whether there was a red square or not. I heard that from all of them. Everybody's not in their head for that.
Right. So if in the future this happens again, what we would have to do to capture that information is to take note of which precinct it is and which ballot in the batch it is.
I don't even think it is that specific. It just says the batch and the ballot, with the ballot.
Well, no, this report actually does say that it's ballot number 5 in the batch, or ballot number 9 in the batch, or whatever it was. And it'll tell you what basically was done.
So can we go into a box in there and find that match in number
No,
9?
you would do it on the computer digitally,
Oh,
with the digital.
well, same concept.
Yeah,
but-
same concept,
Same thing.
same concept.
Right, so in the future, if we wanted to like have, it, okay, this many were in precinct 3A, right? The vote review panel identified this many in 3A, right? As marks that have clear intent, that weren't flagged. We would have to do that during the adjudication process. We'd have to take notes of these things, right?
Unless there's some process that I don't know about.
But that batch number doesn't tell you what precinct they're in.
No, you would have to.
It's on the top of it.
There where you.
It's on top of the ballot, but the batch.
Yeah.
The addendum during adjudication, so the ballot would be there, precinct, blah, 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 right there. And then there's addendum underneath it, that's how we get that information.
Mr. Chairman, can we, as a board, maybe write a letter requesting this is what we want to Dominion and CC the state elections board? Perhaps they can build it into the software.
Or show us how to do it.
Well, the
Developers get a
regulation
table.
that's being written is to change the density, and maybe lowering it below 12%. And it's gonna be uniformly.
Sure.
So it's gonna be a process, I believe, that we're gonna have to do ourselves, each county, but we will be regulated to lower it to wherever the standard they put in the SCB rule. And that's being written right now. So,
And we'll still be able to also, so that's the adjudication criteria, right?
yes,
The ambiguous mark, criteria under adjudication. But there's also the overvote, there's also the undervote, right?
well, we always have to do overvotes.
I
That's written in the red.
Right.
And then undervote would be whatever that density is. So undervote would be, if it's 8%, that would be considered the undervote, not 0. And then undervote.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
In other words, if it's 8, we don't have the authority to go back and set it at 5.
Right, or 0, and keep out everyone that didn't put the mark clearly enough.
So,
And can I tell y'all this too, Oconee County, there's 7,422 ballots, they captured 4 votes. So I wanted to make sure that was known.
And also just to clarify, the question I'm asking, or what I'm trying to get to is, let's say they set it at 8%. We can't change that 8%, and that is 8 to 35 or whatever it would be. That would be for the ambiguous mark criteria, right? Well, let's say that a vote review panel sees this again, and they think it's clear, like it's clear intent. Well, clearly that threshold, right? Like that's under that 8% threshold. So the way to actually give legally our vote review panel the most chance to catch those would be to include the undervote criteria. And here's what I'm understanding. That's what other counties, at least one more county has done, is that whatever's not in that ambiguous mark range, it would be considered an undervote. So if we are permitted, according to people that have done it this go around, and also the Dominion person Michigan morning, to select that as one of the things that would send those ballots to our vote review panel. We just didn't do that.
But your undervote will be based on the 8%.
I understand.
It won't be based on 0%.
I understand.
So then what you're saying is, if the system does not select it to be reviewed, they should not review it. We would not be able to give the vote review panel authority to review anything that the system did not pick out.
I think I'm not communicating clearly. We did not select undervote for ours, because
Yes,
we were under the
did.
impression that we could not do that. That's what we were told.
No, what I'm saying is the undervote process is to capture that 12 to 35. That's considered the undervote.
That's actually the ambiguous mark. So, and this is what I've been told by Dominion.
We'll just wait.
I understand, but can I just explain it so we have a clear understanding of what I'm talking about?
Well, we got plenty of time to talk about
Okay.
this before the next election.
Right. So this is from the Dominion. This is from Scott Tucker. This is from the guy yesterday. The ambiguous mark.
We are premature. I think we need to just, we understand what you're saying, and I know you understand what I'm saying, but we can't keep going back and forth like this, Jesse. I understand undervote, I understand them being smart, I understand it, but I don't wanna waste anybody else's time, because me and you keep going out. You're saying this and I'm saying, I'm just saying, we just need to follow the law.
So I don't
Let's just follow the
consider,
law.
I'm sorry, I don't consider doing everything in our power to find votes that may have gone uncounted as a waste of anybody's time. So, and that's exactly what I'm doing right now.
For the next election, maybe what the director's talking about, she's not talking about today, tonight, or yesterday, the day before, last week. She's talking about the future, the next election. We have plenty of time to talk about this. Because we're not gonna solve it tonight.
I understand. I want to make sure we all have the same understanding of if we want to capture as many of those unmarked, of those marks that were not counted as votes. Regardless of what the new reg says is the lower threshold, 8%, whatever, we're going to need to select on the adjudication software. We're going to need to select for feedback criteria under voting.
I think the Secretary of State was reading that, and I think it said the same thing about 4 times already. So I think all of us would like to move on. You and Charlotte have time another day to discuss it. That's fine, but it's 6 o'clock and we have to move on.
I'd like to offer a potential solution here. I spoke with some members of the community, and I'm of the belief that this is a Secretary of State problem. There's a problem. I fully admit it's a problem. Okay. I think that this board can issue a statement or a memorandum of the things that we, quote, are demanding to be changed. If that's our consensus, we can put that to the Secretary of State's office. Members of our community can speak to and against that. But some of these things are outside of our control as the Clarke County Board of Elections. I hear what you're saying, and I 100% agree with you. Every single vote should be counted, but we did what we could within the power that we have. Now, if we want to hold a vote on delaying certifying and doing a full recount, well, let's have a vote. But it's my opinion that we've done what we can, and we have to move forward and try to fix the problem for November rather than just keep going at it. That's my opinion.
So I think I hear board members saying that they would like to turn our attention to whether or not we're going to delay certification from today to tomorrow, the actual deadline. Is that what I am saying?
What he said about that, I think he said take a vote.
That's what I mean, like turn the topic to that, right?
Not necessarily to include, just if we're gonna do it, if we're gonna sign tonight, let's vote on signing tonight.
Right.
Don't include tomorrow.
Right.
So that's another day, and I think that's what maybe he was saying.
Right.
That was my interpretation.
Yeah,
I'm confused about the distinction just now. I don't know what distinction is there. Like we're either gonna, like, so people, we've been petitioned by.
We can't do it in one vote. Cause you got either or there. We will have to take 2 separate votes, or we're gonna do it today, and if we're gonna do it today, then we don't have to do anything with tomorrow. But I do not see where we can vote on, if we're gonna do it today and wait till tomorrow. Those two just don't go together. Those would be 2 separate motions.
I think I understand the distinction now, which is the first thing is, are we gonna certify today or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so as it stands, we've had 2 commissioners reach out, requesting that we do not certify today, that we certify tomorrow, no later than 5 p.m. And it was Melissa Link and Mariah Parker contacted me directly, and I can show you
I think we're having a conversation about who thinks what. I, for myself, right now, think he would like to take the vote.
Thank you for sharing your opinion, but
And I'm not finished sharing my opinion.
I wasn't finished either, man.
Well, sir, you go ahead, because
Thank you.
we've got all night to hear your opinions.
Thank you.
We want to vote, but you want to give more opinions.
Thank you. I'm trying to inform you about things. So I was
We are
appointed.
informed, sir. We are.
Thank you for allowing me to finish. I was appointed here by the commission. three of us. Ma'am, you're out of order. I need you to like respect the fact of the process here.
You're not respecting our opinion. We want to vote and you want to continue. And I feel sure that I'm speaking not for just myself. And I think maybe you're the one that's out of order.
As the chair, I'm asking you to allow the process to continue. And I'd like to be able to at least finish what I was trying to say just now.
Finish.
So 2 commissioners have asked that we not certify today. 3 candidates on this ballot have asked that we not certify today. 3 candidates. That's Mocha Johnson, Jasmine Johnson, that's Jonathan Wallace, and that is Mariah Parker. So there's 3 candidates on this ballot that said, please don't do this. You don't have to do this today. You have time to continue trying to find more votes. Like make sure you counted the votes as they were cast. So we have all of the public comment that we've received so far, literally all of it, on this topic right here, this vote we're about to have, has asked us not to certify today because we have an entire other day to do this. All right, so I just want to make it clear that we have 2 commissioners, 3 candidates on the ballot right now, and many people have sent us emails asking us not to do it today. Use all the time we have to do this, to certify tomorrow by 5 p.m. and do everything within our power to make sure that if a voter casts a vote in Clarke County, then that vote will be counted. That's all I was trying to say just now. If there is a motion to be made to decide whether or not we're going to do this today, now would be the time.
I would like to make a motion that we take a vote on signing and certifying the election today.
We have to make a motion to stop discussion, then we have to.
I'm not gonna do that, right?
Okay.
Which we're gonna get back to discussion again once the motion.
You have to speak to the motion, so correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
We need to vote to close discussion is the first thing, call the question. So we need to have that, and then we can discuss.
Officially discuss.
Whether we want to do this today and now, or if we want to
What we're doing is not.
do whatever else we decide.
That's what we're doing right now. It's not really official. It's not really official until we make a motion. And then you ask for the question, and you ask for a question and discussion.
Yeah.
Then it will be official.
But Mr. Napper hasn't spoken, and I don't know if he has additional commentary.
We need to get this over. Spent an ordinary amount of time discussing this. I hear what you're saying, and I would agree with a lot of things you're saying. I just want to do it. I'm going to follow the law and get this over with. What happened? Mr. Naismith was my commissioner, and I like him. However, I won't follow the law. I don't follow what our attorney recommends, because every time I've gone, I heard from the Secretary of State, they advised us to follow the direction of our attorney. That's what I want to do.
So, Mr. Chairman, are we, if we certify this, does that take care of the Commission District 6 vote, or is that a separate issue?
That's all rolled into this, right? Oh, actually, do we have? Do we have?
This is certified.
This is not the District 6 issue.
But what I'm saying is District 6 is in here, right?
It is in here, but it still has nothing to do with what certified the votes. The total votes that were cast, that's what you're certifying.
We can't avoid the votes.
Unless your
after
objection,
certification.
unless you have an objection to the fact that if we vote to certify the election,
Does that roll?
that rolls over onto Mr. Naismith's situation, which if we certify, that would mean that those votes were negated according to the law stated by the attorney.
Right, so my understanding when talking to Attorney Drury was that his anticipation would be that if you wanted to follow our advice with Kurt's between the minutes and not passing, that you would certify the results as having 0 votes for commissioners. So I don't know what you prepared today, but that was my understanding of how we intended to.
I think this has votes for him.
Yeah, the votes aren't in here because officially we can't take the votes out.
Can we vote on these two issues separately?
Yes.
I don't think we can. I mean, I'm no attorney, but I think what it is, that everything is captured, even what's going on with that election is captured within that. So these are the results. I mean, I don't know how that will shake out, because apparently the man won. And what we basically saying, yeah, he won, then it's up to the attorney or the Secretary of State to deal with it from there on.
Right.
Because we vote, if we say, yeah, we certify, this paper say he won. So it's up to them to deal with the fallout.
Can I clarify something?
Certifying
What-
numbers.
Can I clarify something, please? We're gonna be presented with the 3 documents that we were emailed earlier that are waiting our, signatures, saying that whether or not we are voting certified, the results are attached to those things, right? So this is not attached to any of those little documents, right? This report you gave us about
It would be, it would attached.
It would be.
so this identical report would be in all 3?
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm thinking that if we certify without addressing the District 16 according to our attorney's guidance, then I don't think we can say we accept our attorney's guidance that these votes should be void in accordance with law after we certify, right? That would have to happen before we
We
certify.
gonna deal with it after that, because we're saying we accept the election. Okay, so the vote might not go that way, but on the premise that if we say that we're accepting the election, that means that we're accepting everything within that. And the onus would then fall on either our attorneys, or it would fall on the Secretary of State. Because we're agreeing to the fact that, okay, he won, we say he won, we see he won, but it's up to y'all to dictate by law. After we vote, it's up to y'all to dictate by law what to do about that. It's not up to us. I don't think we should take that up individually, because it's not up to us to make that decision. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you, just that Ms. Hines.
Well, that's just one of those.
Sure, so I just called Attorney Drake just to confirm, and as I said, his expectation would be that if you wanted to not count the votes of Commissioner Neesmith, pursuant to our advice, that you would certify the results of the election as 0 for Commissioner Neesmith. I realize, of course, that you did count votes for Commissioner Neesmith, but the problem is that statute specifically says that votes for a deceased or withdrawn candidate shall not be counted in the rule. So that's why our suggestion is that you certify that you list 0 votes for Commissioner Neesmith. And of course, that won't stop anyone from challenging this, as we expect that they will. And it won't change the fact that those votes were counted. It's just we wouldn't certify them because state law says that they're not to be counted. That's our advice.
So how are we gonna do that without making some kind of statement about it?
That's what I was gonna say.
It's gotta be something said. Okay, so if we're calling here to do one thing today, either accept or reject this, the whole package. It's not on us to pull out anything out of that package and put our stamp on it. All we're called here to do, from my understanding, is to vote yay or nay. It's up to y'all to figure out the rest of it. It's on y'all to tell the citizens of Athens-Clarke County, okay, Mr. Naismith got 0, and that's the way we interpret it, or y'all can throw it back on the Secretary of State, and when they get this package, they can say, okay, they certified it, but herein is what the law says, so we're gonna have to pull that out.
So I hear you, thank you, Ms. Ambrose. We're gonna have a Republican, like race or contest, like primary document to sign. It's gonna have Republican results attached to it, right? We're gonna have the same thing for Democrat, like Democratic primary, but with Democratic results attached to that, literally physically attached to it, right? And then we're gonna have a nonpartisan one right? And that's the one that's gonna, that the document we're gonna sign off, and that one is gonna have to have the numbers 0 for that race for Mr. Commissioner Neesmith. If we are in fact following our attorney's guidance, there's going to be whatever.
It's gotta be somebody other than us, because we can't. As I sit here today, we cannot do the law. We are not that body that makes that determination for the law.
We don't have the authority. Okay, so y'all, we can't go in here and tell this machine to make it zero. So what we would have to do is certify the results and have an attachment with it to say what has been decided by our attorney. Like, kind of like what you're saying.
What I'm saying, yeah, because, we don't make law here. We follow what's already written, but we can't change anything about election. We don't have that authority. Only the Secretary of State or the legislator has the authority to change.
And it'll probably be something like what you guys received based on the decision.
I think we'd be happy. I mean, I'll be honest, this is, I think, the first time this has ever happened in Georgia. So it's not like there's a traditional affidavit that people use when this happens. It's just so rare.
Can you just print one off?
That's right. Right, so.
It's on Google Form.
So, we are flying a little blind, but I think that's a perfect solution.
And just to clarify, and let me know, whether you agree with this. We as a board, as a superintendent, I'm hearing like we don't have the power to say that it's 0 votes. If like our attorney is telling us legally that is what we should be doing, is be in compliance with the law, and if we're saying we want to be in compliance with what our attorney says, actually, that is the decision. That's why all those people lined up here and asked us not to. Like, it actually is, not now, it could be challenged after the fact, and then he says it's likely to be challenged, but he also says that, he's under the impression, or has been, was previously, wishes he had more time now after seeing this letter 4 hours ago, whatever, 5 hours ago, that will be challenged, but we're not going to, it won't be overturned according to his understanding. Now, having said all this, again, Mr. Drake said clearly earlier that he would really like to have more time to look at this. So to actually give his best legal opinion. Like he said, he wishes he had more time.
But he didn't ask this board to
I understand.
delay anything. I just want to be clear.
He
Because
said
it is
he
an
wished.
Athens-Clarke County employee. He did not ask this board to take action to provide him that time.
Thank you. So I would just say that would factor into whether or not, like, for me, that factors also into whether or not I vote to certify today. If our attorney's saying he just had something dropped on him a few hours ago that he'd like more time to, he wishes he had more time because now it's causing him to rethink.
Jesse, you have to understand, the man was sitting there and he did not ask for more time.
I know.
I wish I could grant every wish. I wish I was a fairy godmother, but I can't do that. He did not ask this board to give him more time. And I think it's a stretch if we try to do that.
That's his actions, and this is our actions.
That's just where I am. I may be wrong,
I agree.
but I feel morally, I can't make that decision for that man. That's a grown man over there. He could have said, oh, he's out here. Y'all, can y'all just give me one more day? He didn't say that.
And if I can chime in, I do want to say that ever since Commissioner Neesmith passed and we realized that this would have an effect on the elections, the entire staff of our office, 4 attorneys, have dedicated about a week to researching this. And while Mr. Ellison's letter was only received today, we were familiar with the section we cited. We had already decided that it didn't apply because Mr. Neesmith was not elected at the time that he died. So I don't think that just saying is, having done a lot of that research, I don't know that any extra time is really going to make a difference. The reality is, I think you probably heard him say, is that there's some things that just have to be decided by a judge, especially when we're talking about something that literally has never happened before in the state of Georgia. So I think that there's a good chance of challenge no matter what decision we make, and that sometimes is what has to happen.
Would you, Ms. Hines, would you confirm or correct what I was saying about actually we are responsible for saying whether it's 0 votes or whether it's all the votes that were in there. Would you clarify?
Sure, what the statute says is that votes for a deceased or withdrawn candidate shall not be counted in our board. Now, obviously, our system counts them. But as far as the certification goes, and I'm not trying to say we should go in and white out a report or change the software, but as far as the certification goes, I think our advice is that you need to include some document that indicates that you all decided that there were not any votes for Commissioner Naismith pursuant to this statute, or to 2 statutes.
And that will be attached to that nonpartisan
I
document.
think that's appropriate. I mean,
Okay.
we're sort of writing it as a
Letter for us.
Sure.
Sign.
We have to do something.
So, what should we sign that before that's attached to it? Or when it's attached to it?
I think as long as you vote procedurally how we handle it, like if we need to do that tomorrow, I don't think it will matter, but I'm not sure if. You know, we try to put that together today. I don't have that stuff in the draft.
Yes, I'll attach it.
Okay,
Okay,
I think that's fine.
I'm just thinking about what the language says, and by signing here, I'm saying that, blah, 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 right? So I'm like, it says things attached to this, what we're saying by signing this.
That pursuant to those 2 statutes, that there were no legal votes counted for Commissioner Naismith pursuant to those statutes, that they were voted because of that.
Okay. All right, so I guess we return to whether or not we're gonna certify today. That's the issue, right?
Yeah, and I just also say, Mr. Drake just texted me back, he said, I stand by my recommendation that they certify this.
Okay. So is there a motion?
Yeah, so I made the call to question
Okay, and the question is,
to close discussion on this. And so we're done talking about it. And we can vote on certifying today.
Thank you. Close the discussion.
On, yeah, on the agenda item
I
certifying.
don't think you really have to do that, because once the motion is put on the floor, we don't have to close out this, because this is not an official discussion within the voting process. So the only thing we have to do is, I believe, is someone's make a motion, and they'll shut down everything else.
that's what I'm waiting for.
Still, if you make a motion before, you're in the process of making a motion before.
So I think, subject,
Yeah.
so I think the motion would be, if you want to start, the person wants to make a motion.
We close the discussion and then we get on with the certification of the vote.
So moving to deciding about certification today, right now, is what you're doing. Yeah, okay, so is there a second?
Second.
All right, so, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Okay, and all opposed, I'm opposing this and I'm voting no, because we have another day where we could actually like do more to sort it out and make sure that all votes have been counted in that county. So that's why I'm voting no to that. The motion does carry. And we will move on to the certification process.
I'm going to pass down the certification forms. Where. Oh, I didn't know that. That's superintendent or supervisor elections. I should certify. That was on there. So for your signatures.
Do you pass it out like one at a, pass them out
One at a time, yes,
Yes.
ma'am. The first one that you want receiving is the nonpartisan.
When we start at the middle of the table, chair, whatever he's gonna do, and then the co-chair, and then the secretary. Members.
Thank you, Ms. Amber.
Girl, this is so bad. I did it for 34 years.
So I believe I have
Right? Hello?
Director Soju. 1, 2, we have 4 copies of each. Right,
Well, if you just want to sign the first one, and we can make copies of it, because they go to different places. We didn't have a triplicate form or quadruplicate form of the nonpartisan, so yeah, we made 4 copies. But if you just sign the top one, we just make copies, it will be disseminated close to that.
Okay. And then,
You know,
Okay.
it was what they asked for.
That's why I asked. I don't get my first name.
I don't know how to.
so just to clarify, this is the first one we're just passing around. It says certification of returns for June 9, 2020, nonpartisan general primary election, Athens-Clarke County. And then it says we, the undersigned superintendent or supervisor of elections, and his or her assistants do jointly and severally certify that the attached election summary is a true and correct count of the votes cast in this county for the candidates in the nonpartisan primary. I don't have an attached.
You have it right there, what we provided, the summary that you want.
So this is the attachment.
That's what we will be attaching.
And you'll just pull out.
That's your copy.
You'll pull out that, nonpartisan.
We can't pull it out, we're just gonna
Have the whole thing
document,
attached
yes.
to each
We
document.
can't pull out
Yeah.
anything that's
You'll have a
done
full,
electronically.
yeah, you'll have a full copy on each one
Had we
of those.
done it before the election, which the law still doesn't allow us to do it, it only allows us to do it when there's been a candidate that's been withdrawn, and we would make an announcement, this candidate's been withdrawn, these votes will be null and void. But we didn't have that on election day, so we have to at least publish it, okay?
And it's, okay.
So we can't pull it from the report, but the addendum will be the documentation that the attorney's office will provide for us. That will be also a part of the attachment of the sign.
Okay, and the document can be attached to the election summary report right now.
Yes.
And it's okay that it has like partisan races as well, it's fine.
Yes, that's what I'm.
Because what she's saying is, each one of these documents will have a copy of this attached to it.
No, what I
That's not what
usually
you're
do,
saying?
what I usually do is I take the top copy, because the top copy goes to Secretary of State's office, and each one, Democrat, Republican, nonpartisan, and I do one report.
Okay, gotcha.
This has got everybody on it.
Okay.
But let me tell you, let me see, election summary. Okay. And there was one that says something like okay, yeah, this is just a summary. Used to, we had to do the
Provisional, right?
statements of votes cast. But yeah, provisionals is in there too.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you for clarifying.
The report that we're gonna attach that is gonna have the 5 columns. It have the 5 columns say advance in person, election day, yeah.
Okay.
So.
All of those.
Professional.
Yeah.
Mailing, et cetera.
This is just a.
So I see it says superintendent, supervisor of elections right here, and then has a bunch of assistants right here.
So if y'all would just mark where it says assistant, vice chair, secretary, member.
Where would I put mine?
You could put yours on the first one.
On this one or that one?
Yes, the first
The
one.
superintendent one or the assistant?
Your superintendent and just mark your supervisor.
Got it.
And
She's
I
the
won't sign,
supervisor.
I won't need to sign. I probably will just put director, down on the job. Line. Yeah. You just make one line. I think it's plenty of lines there.
And, and we've been legally advised we should do that this today right now. So I'm gonna cross out supervisor there. I should initial it.
That's what they do on the document.
Okay.
They just follow something.
And sign. And for this one, only on the top one, the copies. For the other ones, it's done, it's just. They're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't go through when you want to.
But when you tell.
Yeah. Oh. I think Aletha's.
I need to put on here, vice chair.
You cross out assistant
No, I didn't.
and put vice
You
chair.
take care of us, right? That's always. Always.
Would you like me to write the date in on this or? Yeah, just write it in there.
Okay,
So
guys,
18.
hold on a minute, hold on. So, we may have a couple more ballots that Paula was holding back.
Okay.
So just hang on.
Okay, great.
So Ms. Hine?
Yes.
Well, we're gonna need to make a motion to certify these results, right?
Yes.
And then we sign this, right? Okay, so.
There's some
we have an
ballots
idea.
that she needs to look at to make determinations on that one.
Okay.
And she was waiting on her.
So, Mr. Ambrose, we're gonna have to do a motion and then we need to sign after the motion
Make a motion.
to certify the election results as reported here with the understanding that, you know, we're following the guidance from the council on District 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're
We'll
gonna,
take a pause and do that now, once we look at this.
once we do that.
Yes.
Paula's got some absentee ballots that. Just,
You said that you're gonna pass it, you gonna pass it back?
some signatures.
No problem.
Okay, these are,
Would you like to come to you?
I don't know. I don't know how to do this.
We can be around you, be a lot easier, bro.
This one, the person whose
Well, you don't have one of the.
name is on the ballot is not the person who signed.
Wait, it was not.
Now, come back.
We've got a quorum right now.
Let's just,
Okay. Sorry.
This is one, the signature does not match the signature.
So it's
And
signature.
we did request, and. So that's that one.
Are you, I'm sorry, are we waiting for Ms. You want, Ms. Ambrose, Ms. Hill, do you want us to wait for Mr. Derry? Okay, you mind saying one more time?
Okay,
And y'all, these are ones that I've already looked at, staff has looked at, we just want y'all to just look at it too before we say no, we shouldn't have.
sorry, we're not talking to the master club, but my boss is not.
I feel you on that.
This is one that the signature did not match the signature on file. We did let them know of the problem, and they did nothing to remedy it. So I don't know if you want to pass it around or.
And the signature on file is the one in the, that they use to sign a voter registration form.
This one, the person whose name on the ballot is not the person who signed her name on the ballot. And I have backup copies of what her signature looks like. And I did have what her husband's signature looked like, and it looks like he signed it. I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of that with me. Because his ballot was signed perfectly and his got credit, and so I separated them.
Do you, so as we're doing this and sending them around, I think in the past, Mr. Napper, you let me know if I'm right about this. We would, as a board, vote if it's gonna be an accept or to reject, right?
That's what I understand. this
As we do this, we'll have reject and accept, and then we'll make a motion to do that right after that.
Don't look at me.
Mr. Napper.
Not Robert Rule before.
She's saying, Ms. Williams is saying that, the signature doesn't match. She looked in the system herself and can tell that the signature doesn't match, but she doesn't have a piece of paper that shows the signature doesn't match.
If they called and never did anything, they called and said it doesn't match what we have. And nobody called or came by to do anything about it, fix it.
and that's what this. So on June 4th, you called.
I believe Audrey told me that there are some tick marks of the number of times she called.
Oh, okay. And is this logged anywhere, like, besides the, speaking of, or like a little spreadsheet?
No, sorry, there wasn't really time for that
Just
kind of spreadsheet.
Thinking of a public record request or something. I don't know. Speaking of.
Is that why it wasn't accepted?
Yeah.
We can scan them in laser.
I mean, yeah, we can do.
And the documentation that was sent to the voter was scanned into our system where we can go back and say, hey, we tried to contact you, but.
Sure. I'm just thinking of someone
It's a good idea.
That's a good idea, and thank you for that.
No, somebody gonna ask.
Okay, okay, so
Yeah, we'll make a notation.
let's handle this one. We'll do them one at a time to make sure that, so thoughts, discussion about accepting or rejecting. Based upon this, and we'll just, do we have a motion to accept or reject, or just you just trying to talk about it?
No, we'll talk.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna have to make a decision about each one of these, right? So,
So what are
What's your
we
recommendation?
accept and reject?
right, and I'm asking you, what I'm doing right now is asking you which files is going in.
Reject.
Is that the?
Your recommendation.
That would be according to, what we're trying to.
These are all our recommendations to reject.
This entire stack is
Yeah,
reject?
so we're looking down and see if there may be anything that we might,
If there's any
say that's
revisions or
acceptable. Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Yeah, all right, so there we
That's
go.
sleep chart.
All right, we're gonna do that here.
Cause I thought that was sleep.
All right. You said it was accepted.
And then there's an exception where she says.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's this one right here that you said that it was.
Looks like the husband signed.
That one is, I feel like, this is the lady's signature,
Mm,
but that particular writing matches his husband's.
they're different.
Which means the voter, which is required to sign, did not sign.
And there's no indication that that person did it on their behalf, and because there's a reason they would need to do that on their behalf. Okay.
Only if they are signed, that they assisted the voter, and they would fill out the information on the box.
Right, and that didn't happen, so I'm
That
saying.
didn't happen, he signed her name.
That is not right. That's not his signature.
Did you all have a chance?
We'll see it. I'm sorry. I knew that when we said it.
It's getting deep in here.
Right.
I'm ready myself.
Oh, no.
So what is this? What's the about this?
Okay, on this one, I do not have the husband's ballot. But the wife has signed her name, I do have the husband's ballot. The wife has signed her name on the husband's ballot. Both were issued ballots, and to the best of my knowledge, only one was returned. Because she doesn't have, I thought maybe she would have an accepted ballot on her record, because it would have been her barcode if he signed it. But there is not an accepted record, so I don't know if this is her vote or his vote. I don't know how to answer that question. And I will say that there were quite a few signatures.
Apparently they were left on the kitchen table. And everybody was iron, and the other person was right.
Which is kind of weird when their name is like right here and you're signing right there. You would,
Because the contents are the same if you live in the same house.
maybe not. They may not vote the same way.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
since it's a primary, yeah.
Yep,
That's so true. And then I didn't talk.
I'm gonna go with you.
I'm not so sure I ever voted the same way.
Reject.
Okay, this one is another one where the wife clearly signed it. She has not been given credit. And I don't think he's been given credit, he hasn't been given credit either. Although, no, wait, this one. Sorry. This is the husband's ballot. I promise you that the issues get easier after these. These are the tough ones. This is the husband's ballot. The wife has signed it. The husband surrendered his mail ballot in order to vote in person on June 5th. So does she get credit for voting? His ballot, when his ballot was canceled, he voted in person.
So he canceled that on June 5th.
Technically, because he, would have said, I'm here to vote in person.
So this is canceled. Right?
So technically that's canceled.
So that's canceled. We give it that?
Yep.
It's canceled.
Okay, there's one more.
One more crazy one.
So I took a nap a few minutes ago, so I'm not quite done today. This one was issued to Lillian Ann Yeats. And who lives in the same household with, with another person. And the other person signed the wrong ballot. And as far as I can tell, that's the only one of the two that were issued to the same household that has been returned.
That's not that person's name on the signature line, right?
It is a variation of her name, yes.
This person lives in the same house as this person.
But they didn't indicate that they were filling out one.
See?
We saw it all. Did I just put those together from that one?
So, Mr. Rowley, and you're reading this.
Sorry. Okay. I'm looking at them and they're, out of center. Okay, these are not signed at all. There's a whole stack.
Contact was attempted.
Yes, they were sent.
And I'll tell you, we sent affidavits to all of these people, pure affidavits, and you would not believe some days it was like, people were coming in. I want my vote to count.
They were returning.
They were coming in, like walking in the office as the door was swinging on him.
Okay.
They were, so people were responding to that.
Okay, and it was mailed out. Okay.
So
Now
that's,
wait a minute, let's see. These all have nothing. Well, she did sign there. I mean, she wrote her name.
But not signed it.
But not signed it. And the same thing here.
Yes, you have to do signature. Now, we would
And they were
check,
all notified.
yeah, and we would check the application to see if they printed their name on the signature.
Right. That was their sign.
Right, but they weren't.
Yeah.
So that's why we have that.
Yeah, these are just strictly those.
We need to pass them around. You want to verify there's no signature on it?
Okay, basically the same thing with these.
You need to keep these together.
No.
Okay, good.
I think it's
Or is it-
what the
or is it-
machine, it's with what the machine gave.
These are basically ones that they printed their name here, but they did not sign. And what we had from their application are on file. We weren't able to verify that printing.
oh, from the right, right.
Yes. Whatever, yeah. Same
They
thing.
took the time to write the date.
Have you tried to contact them?
They
If we
were.
had contact information to give, and we sent them pure affidavits to the address.
All these people have been sick.
And I'm gonna tell y'all too, 2018, the envelopes had more on, y'all probably remember. And you had to do like an address, a date of birth, or something like that, and some counties were rejecting if you didn't put the correct information, and we weren't. And then they did an injunction.
Quarter, right, yeah.
Yes, and so a lot of counties, we did too, but we didn't have to
including them. But some of the counties had to go back and add more absentee ballots to their count because they were rejecting those ballots. So now the envelope only asks for C. So that's the difference. Which is something we've been asking for a long time, but they finally heard us in the General Assembly.
Yeah, these are,
They're not, is that mean not registered? What does that mean?
that's not private code.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what it, I missed the.
That has nothing to do with anything.
Cool. I'm not asking the question.
It's not a secret, but it's really irrelevant.
Okay. I was trying to figure out what it was in the stack. And I could now understand.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
same thing, signature differences.
I thought I had those all out a little bit better.
yeah.
And then that's on. This one does have a printed day.
The only thing I see here, I just see there, and they're saying.
You wanna see that, Ms. Gilbert? Sometimes.
This is the one, there's no, this doesn't match that, right?
Yes.
That's what that is?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
No, this batches.
no signature,
Okay.
no signature.
There might be one signature that mentioned there.
Very common. You wanna look at that?
That's kind of what I thought.
That ain't close.
Except for the C. Except for the C.
I can see it.
Except for the C. I have a,
Spelling my name.
I might accept that one.
You would?
Yeah.
There may be two different things. These are ones that have no signature and no writing whatsoever.
Yes, the last one. Or if you don't, we're gonna look at some of the previous ones.
Couldn't even where they might.
So, but anyways.
That one, Ms. New, that I was asking about, for the record, it wasn't like a signature from this next. And that's why I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that I signed something like that also.
Now, can you have multiple signatures on that?
Yeah, so you can make a lot of issues.
There, but sometimes it creates my name.
If you were to go on my webpage and do the registration and the full signature from the driver's license. So that's.
Make sure it looks like the right one.
Dude, that's like electronic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Nobody's looks like it is, but you know, it is a different signature.
The top one is the signature.
It has something up there.
I think you had a life, I think you had to change your circumstance.
Yeah.
That took that depth.
I'm sorry, are you saying, so this is the one you're talking about, and you're saying you wouldn't accept it? Is that what everybody else is saying?
I'm thinking, I can see the C. Barely the, what is that, F?
The rest of it.
Looks like my signature.
And there's two things, you put the other thing behind it, you also put another
Is
signature.
this from like a previous law change?
That's a registration card.
What's it electronic?
What's the third thing?
That would have been one that would have been, like TDS or.
That's the application for the ballot.
Oh, well,
I didn't see the third thing.
that,
Let me see the third. When you finish. Let me see. Is that 2020, the third thing? Is that
Yeah.
2020?
Yes.
That's the kind of feel like I'm looking at. Third thing.
no signature, no signature, no signature, or no signature. These are all no signature.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those two people look really different.
And so no signatures, we're putting right here in this reject file, okay, everybody? All right.
Someone's system is doing that, see that.
Yes.
This one?
Yeah, and then too, he has that long hook on it, so I would be inclined, see that, when we went to that state thing, they said, look for certain things, it has the hook on it, it has the hook on it here, and it kind of has, see that hook?
But then they said,
The hook that enough.
parts of it too, yeah.
I think the 2020 application matches the ballot. But as far as what's on the other thing right there, that's not very
I like
close
to
at
say,
all.
for 2 years, my circumstance changed, I'm out there and got my word, and meeting, and I'm lost everything. Or maybe I'm a millionaire now, so I don't give a flip what I'm saying.
I didn't think you were gonna say flip. I thought you were gonna say something else.
No, I always
But
say
there's
flip.
I see, so we got the here, and there's a, on that right there.
That's what I'm saying, they match those two, but as far as the third thing, then, so.
He either became homeless or millionaire. Oh, listen, you see the other alternative, he was either homeless or he got to be a millionaire. Cause in either circumstance, mine might change.
Birthday.
I don't know.
That's the day.
I'm not homeless and I'm not millionaire.
I would hate to see how you do it, man, bro.
Me too. But I agree with you.
All right, so I think, what am I hearing right here for this? What are we hearing? What is the, that's a consensus or for this?
You have one to accept. And the others.
I'd say.
Two to accept. 3 to accept. It's accepted.
It's accepted. I do too.
Okay.
So that'll be one step so far. I don't want to put these down without getting them over here for now. These no signatures are going in this project file, right? Right.
What do we need to do with that? Lisa did it?
Yes.
There are only 2 left, and these were 2 that, I didn't feel the signatures matched.
As well as 2 7.
That's way different.
This one.
Not even the similarity.
You check it out. Look at the first letter of the last name, tell right there. You know what I'm saying? That third one matches the application, but the application and the third one don't match the ballot. See what I'm saying?
This is one.
Yeah, I think this one's way.
It looks like an X.
Yeah, these 2 match, these 2 right here, but that right there, that one doesn't match, it's completely different. Completely different from that. These 2, but that, they're match.
I didn't do.
That's what I said too.
Person.
Yeah. So the application and whatever it was to, the third, The second thing, those two match,
Sounds like somebody else signed it.
but the ballot doesn't match them too, yeah.
Cause instead of,
I mean, look at the first letter of the last name, you can tell a huge difference.
yeah.
So this person didn't even select the party, so would they have just been sent to non-partisan?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that right there, real suspect, right there, you didn't see that.
Did they see that? Did these two see
Yeah,
that?
she passed
I know, I
that.
went this way.
Yeah, she passed that.
That's,
Yeah, I missed it.
that's the one we looked at.
Is this
That's the
person
one I didn't see.
Oh, it ain't.
ready to respond? Not her.
None of these people responded to contact, to attempt contact.
Yeah, we already cleared the ones that responded.
What did you say about it? Mr. Knapp? What we say about it?
Yeah, I got a message, I would have, on that like that.
I ain't even.
There you go.
Mm-mm.
There you go.
None of this match.
So this one right here, everybody's saying we're all agreeing this is another check.
Correct.
All right.
For me now, I don't know about anybody else, but not one of those was like,
That's the one where the two were like, but they were different. Yeah.
no, that was that one.
What do you say?
Girl, whoa.
Yeah, these two don't match that. But the same thing there. The bottom two match, but the ballot don't match with the bottom two.
Yeah. I feel like these match.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But the ballot don't match them.
I don't know, I'm kind of thinking that these are all three of them.
Which one's the hardest? Just kidding. Just kidding.
I don't understand how somebody.
Oh, yeah.
He's a millionaire and don't care what he signed.
I don't think.
I would be willing to bet that there's so many people who are homeless that a signature may way better than mine.
You know they do, you know they do.
So this one ballot will be added, but
What is
the
that? That's the
reason we
one.
got on this
That's the one.
subject is because I forgot that Paula was back there and forgot about this. So that's not the only ballot that's gonna be added to these results. She still had, what did you have right there?
You want to?
74 that had been processed this week where we were getting in.
Oh, from the other counties, like you say, it's true.
Okay.
And then you were calling.
People that were, you were Kava, and also people that had, provided, affidavits. Thank you.
Ms. Hunt, do you need to make a motion on this?
To
To reject, can we accept
The
that?
voter review it,
Oh,
there's
sure,
an
I
issue,
anything you're gonna do.
but if there is,
Just
we
in
can
case.
actually capacity, make that,
Yeah.
okay.
Do we have a motion to accept these and reject, reject these? Do we have a motion to reject these and accept that one?
I so moved.
Second.
So motion made by Ms. Campbell, second by Mr. Napper, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And I apologize for only because there's some political ones out there. I wasn't good at Mr. Jackson.
Motion carries. Thank
Yeah,
you, Ms.
that's
Williams.
right. That's right.
So are we gonna be here for a second while you get other things?
I know, that's why I apologize, because I really didn't. I really didn't.
Okay. While we're waiting, I'm gonna ask a question of Ms. Hines, the one we talked about. So on this signature line, it says, "We, the undersigned superintendent / supervisor of elections and his or her assistants, do jointly and severally certify that the attached election summary is a true and correct count of the votes cast in this county for the candidates in the nonpartisan primary." When they say it is a true and correct count of the votes cast, what does that mean?
Right, and what I was saying is I think it means the votes that were counted by the machines as was processed through this system.
One of the things we didn't talk about, but there's legal definitions about what a vote is. And so while we might know that there may be, some people that intended to vote and did not vote properly, that's not what we're talking about there when we're talking about legal vote.
Because technically, according to this system that we're using, the uniform system, that was not cast as a vote.
Exactly.
Okay. I just want to be clear, right? Like,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
There's still the same language on it.
On all three of them, except for change, the only thing changed is nonpartisan to Republican to Democrat.
Okay.
Okay.
You can look at them.
You said that.
Yeah, we look at it earlier today.
I second that. Yeah, that's the only thing. We waiting on them to get some stuff together. I mean,
There's some more ballots back there that we're bringing out. And Ms. Allen, should they give us another report with these new? She got her headphones in.
Sorry.
Should they give us a new election summary report that includes these ballots before we make a motion to sign?
That'd be a question for Charlotte. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I really
right.
enjoy hanging out with you guys every day.
I apologize. I am a board president of the board.
I was just-
Listening today, and I wanted to apologize. I appreciate it. And I really just, I don't know when we said it was savvy enough to organize stuff. Trying to keep both things going.
Jackie in that situation, another board myself.
I need to take y'all home and put y'all to work.
I got enough work at my house already.
Well, you get to bake yourself something and you get free samples, so it's not a bad deal.
Ooh. Samples are not bad.
We're still online, right?
Yeah, of course we are.
I'll make sure that we all know that. That letter you mentioned, Rob, about drafting, and these are things we would like to have, and then we can work on that like next go around and this and that. Between now and the 7th.
I think it's a good idea.
I do.
I think we're looking at a statement for our community and I'm pretty sure we all agree that there's flaws.
I think that throughout the state, we have questions about, can this be done better?
We should make our.
And it's not a partisan issue in any way, shape, or form.
We should make our position. That's the Athens-Clarke County Board of Elections.
I agree.
Yeah. And I don't know how it happened, but I don't feel that. Inadvertently or on purpose, some machines were just not set right.
Like that one that I said, that half of them, first go around, half of them will take that. Like, that's a lot.
And, you know, that, I'm sure the menu is set out with specific regulations, but if you sit down and computer and show me how to do something, I might just go back and drop it on a little bit. I didn't hear that. No, they know if I don't have anything to do with that working crap.
Yeah, it was like,
Some of that stuff did happen, right?
how would we get 2% back? Like 2%.
That's basically on the way it should happen.
Well, one thing, and then this other county got over 50%.
That's what I'm.
If they had the same settings as us, it doesn't make any sense.
I think that's, that they've saying probably.
Yeah. And I really think that they would have, they probably, maybe they just knew they could opt to have that one undervote setting quick for their vote Ukraine. And we just didn't know that. We've been getting guidance otherwise from various sources.
I think you said that you thought that you could have changed.
No, no, we had been guided it differently. Right. And then the person who gave that guidance is now backing off on it, saying, whoa, that's not. Yeah.
If I found out tomorrow I got a concussion, You know, when got X-ray today, right? I did, got the X-ray, and then X-ray, you know, make sure I have any skull fractures, broken stuff up in here, bones, whatever.
I'm still very frustrated that those two EMS guys did what they did.
This guy's weird, you know, when a 70-year-old person asks you to put on some gloves.
And a mask to protect
I'm
the public.
sorry,
Yeah.
mask, put on a mask. And I'm telling you, I'm 71 years old and you still don't put them on. I think you're trying to hurt me.
They flat out refuse. They're like, that's not okay to just refuse to do that.
I think you're trying to hurt me.
Doesn't matter if you're a private firm or not.
I don't care if you got your COVID test an hour before you got here. If you step back in that ambulance, there might have been some laying around in that ambulance.
Right. And how many people they come in contact with all day long? And they're not, if they're never wearing a mask, that's crazy.
Can't touch me with free bag, we will get free bag. Yeah. If I should be saying this on camera, but like I said, we need to seriously think about getting ambulance service coming straight out of a hospital, a sanitized hospital.
Oh, that's nice.
Is that related to the thing that we talked about? That is?
Just that, it's not a secret.
It's not a secret, but just gave me a tip on who
For your
found out.
privacy.
You know,
Like we talked about?
Problem, contacting me. Yeah. Yeah, we put it in the hospital for a week. I'll give them a call. But they do, we do.
I was so upset.
Those, we don't know where those, things are coming from. What environment?
Those people are everywhere, so.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you a story that, the horror story I had, and I don't know whether it's EMS or not, I mean, national or not, but I know that EMS. I got stung about 2.5 years ago by 3 hornets, ground hornets. And, so I'm, you know, every year I spray around my house, you know, around. And, these hornets start coming up out of the ground, so I darted around the corner, and, I got bit. And I'm thinking, I'm okay, I went to the shower, and all of a sudden, I started bubbling up on my back and start, you know, and I'm going full blown. So
You said bubbling up on your back?
Yeah.
Like in that movie Green Lights?
Reaction, yeah,
When the
like,
water gets
yeah, like a reaction, yeah, I'm thinking to, you know, I've never had a reaction from the wasp, but they tell me that ground hornets have more poison, they're more poisonous. And, I have to carry EpiPen now. Yeah. But anyway, long story short, they came, they got me, cause I don't know, never had kind of an EpiPen. You know, seriously, like, and, so I was told by my, doctor, my allergy doctor, I went and got all the papers and took them to him. He looked at me and he said, the EMT didn't give you an epi shot when you, I said, nope. They didn't give you an epi shot when you got to the hospital? I said, nope. He said, I'm thinking, he's like, how did she make it? Grace of God. Because I had really just broke out. And I'm telling y'all, when I got to where Jackson McCord funeral is, I felt like I was expired. I mean, I could feel a life kind of like floating out of me. I felt like I was getting weaker and weaker. And I raised up and I looked around to see where I am, because at this point, I was thinking they lost. And so I said, okay, all right. And I asked them, I said, well, where y'all taking me? We taking you to Athens Region, but I said, no. St. Mary around the corner.
Oh, they pass up the one to go to the other.
No, we at Rock Spring and Broad Street. And I said, where we going?
They charge you about the mile?
That's kind of in the middle. One side is people don't know. Yeah.
No, but St. Mary's close because you go down Rock Spring and straight to Baxter Street you go.
Mhm.
But you gotta kind of make a few curves to get the feet bump, that's what it's called now. But, I'm not gonna, no, they need St. Mary's, they need St. Mary's.
Did they do it?
They did,
Okay.
they did, but like I told you, I wasn't so out of it that I didn't know they took me the scenic route.
Mhm.
It took a long time, I didn't time it. I'm like, God, and I'm getting ready to go now.
You're like, what in the world? Why are we there yet?
I had gone to the Athens-Clarke shop, and I feel.
Hello. Hey, I'm in a meeting. Bye, you can text me then. All right, bye.
You know, it's so unfair, EpiPens. I have about 2 at a time, and they expire in a year.
What do you mean?
They're expensive.
Yeah, they're expensive.
You have 2 at a time?
Yeah, about 2 at a time, they do not sell one EpiPen.
Why?
You know, they testified for Congress a year ago, right? When I had EpiPen. They testified
You
for Congress a year ago.
Is it just getting one of them fails or something?
No, you cannot buy a single EpiPen.
Why?
They come in a 2-pack, and that's the only way they sell them.
So capitalism.
Yeah, hey, they're killing us.
They're trying to get more money back.
But I get back on my own. I give one away.
Split the cost.
Yeah, but I don't sell it to anybody.
Oh, you just give it away.
I have friends who had same stuff going on, so.
That's nice of you
I
to do
give
that.
them one, yeah.
That's
I
very
mean,
nice.
what I'm gonna do with, for, before I got hurt, for 2 years, I just told them back and forth.
Mhm.
Yeah. And not for insurance, these jokers cost about $300.
Yes, you could also always do a trial run, test that thing out, one of them, make sure that the other one's good to go.
I ain't trying to stick myself. But you know what, God is so good. I've gotten stung by wasps twice, since then.
Mhm.
And, I didn't have any.
So it's specific to
It's
the,
specific to those.
what is it called?
Ground hornets.
Ground hornet.
Ground hornets.
Now you're hearing about these murder hornets.
Mhm.
That is crazy.
Ground hornets, they live in.
What? About 8.
8 what? Good night.
I have.
They in the
First find a
ground.
nest?
Bees all over my,
Oh, yeah.
deck.
They
Is that
live
what
in
it
a hole in the
They're on the
ground.
ground.
You find a nest? You were digging or
They
something?
found me.
But like, what, I mean, how they come out like that? You were sitting down or something, or you're digging,
I
or?
was just cutting grass.
Yeah.
And they came out to cut.
Came out.
Oh,
If you
man.
serve them, the only time you need to deal with them is, right at dusk and right at dawn. If you're trying to get rid of them, cause any other time you're trying to fool with them, that's not in between those 2 times, they gonna get you. Cause like I said, I didn't even know what nest was. It was at the base of the house, and then afterwards.
Is there like, it's not above the
It has-
ground, it's under the ground? It's not.
It starts like an ant hole, but they don't make a heel.
Mhm.
They dig inward, and it's flat to the ground, but you can see a hole about like that. If you go out in the morning or at dusk, you can see them buzzing around the whole hole, but they not just, and like you do it in the daytime, you disturb in the daytime, man, you just about had it, like I did. I disturbed them when I was spraying that stuff,
Yeah.
and man, they come up out that hole and I jumped jumped around the corner. And but they had already, 2 of them had already, 2 of them had already attached themselves to my knee.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna be all right. But that's not true.
Have you ever seen, there's a guy, actually, there's this murder hornet that's around here now.
Mhm.
This guy wanted, just to see what it feels like. And he got it on camera, and apparently he's like famous on like Discovery Channel or something, I don't know. But he like, just to see what it's like, let one of them things sting him. And you can watch the video and see what it'll do to you.
I hope he had one of these.
I think, he had, I'm guessing he had something on standby just in case.
Turn that off.
Yeah.
So we're on.
So do we throw out this previous one?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the old one. Oh, that's my old one.
Says- And it says complete official draft. That's your old one. But your new one is
Wait for the results.
completely out. Results.
I think I wrote official.
One is at
One.
7:13.
It says official
Oh, yeah,
draft.
it looks different.
This one is results. Because I did a 5-column ballot, 5-column report. And your pages are odd number pages. So you won't see page 2 because it was blank.
Same message.
Yes. So, I'm just looking through to make sure there are no 0.5% margins on the contested races.
So we went from 26,042 to 26,117.
Yes,
That's a difference of
should be 77, I believe,
75.
76, 77.
75? Maybe.
I see 75. And that was, I think you told me, I don't know, I can't remember if you mentioned it to the, like, that there were some from other counties that got sent here.
There were some from other counties that got sent here, but not a whole lot. Some were affidavits that voters had sent in, or had came in, literally their signature. And then the UOCAVA ballots that were received after Election Day. So UOCAVA are uniformed and overseas civilians.
They get a little
They get a little extra time. As long as the ballot is postmarked for June 9th, and we receive it by Friday, 14th, I believe it was, or the 12th. So the law says that we should count those ballots. So these are part of that count.
Those. Yeah, use like.
And this is unresolved write-in.
We didn't have any official write-ins, so we don't go back and look to see who they were.
Yeah, a candidate has to register,
Yes,
qualified.
has to be an official write, yes.
But those, so those votes aren't, it shows the votes underneath all the rest of it because they're not included in our count for that race. Is that right?
See all zeros.
That's right.
On page
It's on,
37,
it's on nonpartisan races. Where you
Yeah.
will see writing.
Board of Education District 2.
Okay, it looks good.
On the, see the bottom there?
Nothing is there for 0.5%. This will be certified.
And there's been no change in the outcome of any races since our officials put out. Okay.
No, it should.
And that 6th race is gonna have their window or whatever.
Yes.
we're talking about. We're gonna get somebody to fill this on the spot, too. This is
You do the math for the chair.
they're gonna have, they're gonna vote.
Yes, sir.
November to fill it, are they gonna import it?
40.9.
That's the percentage difference.
Sounds like they're going to, school, and then the next term, January, he's been elected by the votes that were.
Right, I understand that, but it's a lot of
Yes,
the fact that.
I think we would
You
have
got
to
six-
Percentage.
Yeah,
On the vote.
you know, they got 6 more months, they got.
That's the- how much
they got
percentage?
like-
I think it's
Yeah. Yeah,
That's what I was asking, I'm
49%.
gonna appoint
I
somebody.
think that in full, since he's survived, he's supposed to be born January to the next.
51%.
There's, gonna be an election in November
For that season,
for 2 months.
for 2 months. So one thing I do is, that's gonna be kind of complicated.
What's that? Okay. Good enough. Oh, yeah, yeah. But it was just to fill the,
I know.
yeah.
I think it's 35. We probably gonna have challenge.
Difference is 2%. So
Yeah, definitely.
I think we're about to make a motion.
I think like I just said that, we were gonna, make a motion to, cause we had started, almost started time.
Before we actually make a motion.
We're going to certify, or shall we certify today?
We already did that. Ms. Hahn, do we need 3 different motions because there are 3 different categories? Or can we all roll it into one? What do you think?
Quick, Sharon, do you have an opinion on that?
Well, sounds like.
She was asking if we need to have 3 different motions, these are 3 different categories.
Or just roll it all into one?
It's one election, it's the whole election.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna, okay, so do we have a motion to certify these results in this packet for the clean official results and the nonpartisan Republican and Democratic ballot or primary results? With the understanding that we're following our legal guidance from our county attorney.
Correct.
And there will be an addendum added or some sort of document added to the nonpartisan document here, clarifying that there will be 0 votes cast for Jerry Smith in the ACC Commissioner District 6 race.
Correct.
So do we have that motion? Is anybody making that motion?
So moved.
Mr. Knapp made a motion. Do we have a second? Motion and a second made. Ms. Till made was the second. All in favor, raise your hand. Oh, let me back up. Is there any discussion? All right, and just to clarify again, we're saying when we sign this and we do this, that we're sending up what the system like is reporting as our election goes in here. This is what our election system did as votes cast, right? So, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. All right, so it carries unanimously, and the election is certified by its board, and we'll send around these to sign. So remember, right here, you're crossing out assistant and putting whatever it is your title is on this board.
Right.
If you're an officer, put your officer title, if you're a member, put member. And Mr. Napper, you've already done that. We're only gonna
We're
talk,
all assistants technically.
we're all assisting each other. 18th day.
Yes.
June.
Does it have to be?
2020.
Just,
No, you don't have to memorize it.
no, it's not, no.
I think I usually just put the seal, the county seal on it. That's what I'm usually.
I have my note ready. Oh, I have to memorize the book. That's amazing.
You go. I don't want to go. I'm gonna go.
You don't want to keep this parallel?
It'll say, they knock you out.
There you go. We had, for the last, with the last one, the last season, we had other ones that didn't we? Did we, in this week, we don't have any more that we're together? Oh, we had like,
Yeah.
there was like these, and then there was like provisionals, and it's not the provisionals or something.
Do you want to? I'm sorry. Whatever.
Yeah, I remember. I'll go for it, whatever you want to say.
On the SEC.
Yeah. Stick around long enough, you become a Georgia Bulldog. Except for somebody who goes to Alabama. or something.
Now, I'm kind of with you, Lisa. Maybe they gave me y'all advice.
Were we supposed to initial what we crossed out?
I could kind of come in line a little bit.
Right, that's what we were doing. Ms. Amber,
Huh?
were we supposed to initial what we crossed out?
Yes, yes, so we need to pass it back around and put an initial line, whatever we crossed out.
Where are we putting these?
What we crossed out.
We crossed it out.
Whatever you say.
So secretary said,
Yes, ma'am.
And push that back.
it's going that way, right? It's going that way.
Fun game. Is that it?
Ow.
She's gotta get that too. She's gotta get down.
This is the most complicated signature.
I feel like I'm
How many signature runabouts have you been in?
I know.
I remember that.
I think when you buy a house before.
Trust me, it is.
Small house, dude. Rocky, did you want to do that now?
5 hours more.
Thank you, sir. All right. There are these. And then. Agenda. Okay. You want to make that motion now or like?
We can just talk about it.
Okay.
Just don't let me forget when we do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there any further discussion, questions, comments about certification of June 9, 2020 general primary PPP elections? Seeing none, the next item on our agenda is announcements. Monthly meeting, July 7, 2020 at 3:30 p.m. Location still to be determined based upon our status with COVID-19 precautions at on that date. then we'll update that, please put those up in public. Any other questions or comments about announcements? Now we're to adjourn, is there a motion to adjourn? And after made a motion to adjourn, do we have a second? That looks like we got a camera seconding it. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. We are adjourned. Congratulations, those of us on our first election. Good. We have 3 here, right? 1, 2, 3. First election. Now this is the meeting for November. The question on the front on the ballot. Yeah. Director Sutherland, who do I give?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You gotta go to another meeting? Y'all gotta go to the.
I think we get to go home. I'm so grateful for this.
Anything else? Nothing else.
Y'all there, let me know if you.
All right.
Oh, I know, right?
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna stop by.
You are. Just to straighten up my desk, look at me. Just to straighten up my
Oh,
desk.
yeah.